So I'm just saying, bro. All righty. Are we live? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you are locked and loaded. We have already gone over the news. You have a 1% rally here on the market so far, so not too bad. The question is, does it hold? And then within about 30 minutes after the bell, we will be getting the consumer sentiment. And like we talked about yesterday, I would just watch out for the independents. That might give you it. Everybody is fearful of this data. Again, ironically enough, you guys, I hope you watched yesterday's watch list. It is on this channel. But when it's all said and done, you are going to get an event that people are saying is important, even though it is one of the less important sets of data. And then it is very, very politically skewed. So we went over that yesterday. I hope you guys were able to learn and pick up on it. But at the end of the day now, we must begin our journey here on Friday. I'm going to be watching a couple plays: Ulta, Nvidia, Meta, Tesla, Gold, and then XYZ. I believe Square came out with a new lending program. So we'll see. I'm a little sick today, so I'm not going to yell as much. I might be a little quieter. Your stream won't be cutting out. I'll just be shutting my mouth. I don't know if you see that happen too often. You know what I'm saying? But enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while you can. Amen. But we got about 2.5 minutes. You're here right now, baby. What's your first play of the day? What do you got for me? SPY puts, good morning. Hedging SPY, long-term, good morning is what I got. Tesla calls on Tamiflu, Apple call, AMD call, QQQ call, calls on the veterans, LMT, NVIDIA, flip shares, Adobe call, SPY put, Microsoft call, Rumble call, Patience, Chad, SPX puts laws, CCI, NVIDIA call, Ross call, Josh getting better, short VIX, Mara calls, long Uber, AMC, Meta call, Apple call, short gold, Tesla sitting on hands, good morning, close covered call on NVIDIA, looking for diamond, NVIDIA shares, SPY puts, calls on the recovery, Netflix call, still holding my NVIDIA 130 from yesterday, amen, NVIDIA, Whirlpool, Rigetti, MNQ long-term, and the final plays. Tesla in the money put. Chillin', SPY, Apple, Tesla, SPY calls on Tim. Hope you get better. Let it ride. And MSTR put, baby. Let's go. I love it. I love it. All right, we're in Gen Pop. So Gen Pop, you can't have news wires. They say they'll confiscate it. So we got to do that. And then you guys were just watching my screen. Some of you are smart. You know that? All my plays were showing up on the screen if you just looked into the bottom right. So yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, no substitute. I'm just chilling though. I'm not like sick, but I'm sick. I don't know. My throat is clapped. It feels like I can't swallow. But other than that, I feel great. My head's a little bit tweaky, but I think we're in the game, bro. It's a Friday. So maybe this will stop me from making bad plays, or I'll make a ton of bad plays. I don't know. It'll be one or the other. We'll find out, though. I'm excited. And then again, just unfortunately, it's going to get weird at the consumer sentiment. You are about to watch Wall Street react to the less important set of data. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. But get ready. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp. Where is it? Round 1. Fight. All right. And like we said yesterday, if you guys notice that the individuals aren't moving, go to that. Damn, those metas are up 50%. Nice. Canada lifts suspensions on imports from Smithfield Foods. Okay, the metas are up 40, now 30. So again, you got a couple of tech plays from yesterday, and then be mindful of those NVIDIA calls. Oh, those are the old ones. They're not up yet. Fuck. That was the one from yesterday. Watch Ulta too. That one's up 8, but that one might flip. We'll see. Okay, your metas came down. Your metas were 40% in the open. Now they're up only 20. NVIDIA's starting to run. Apple could be a big one. Remember, Apple hasn't had a green day all of March. Micron going crazy. All right, I'm looking at Ulta. I think you could do both ways on Ulta, sadly, because it's either going to really run or it's going to die. Only problem is you only have till today. Maybe do it tomorrow. Damn, bro. Okay. They won't feel shit. Okay, I got one. I got two. I did a play. I'm telling you, like I just went potty and I want a treat. Let's see. Consumer sentiment is going to be from a month ago. This will be even the preliminary, I believe. And then you're going to get the follow one. All right, man. I feel like everything I'm looking at is green. Do you guys see that too? Okay, those metas came down. Are you kidding me? What little scammers. But then NVIDIA's going. You got an old play that's coming back. Same thing as yesterday. That play actually might go up there. Holy shit. But get ready. The first drop in NVIDIA, that will kill a lot of those premiums if it is a daily. And you guys should. You might get daily plays, but be mindful. You want to have a little bit more time. Again, today is Friday. Oh, the other NVIDIAs for next week are green too. We had two sets of NVIDIA. I forgot about that. All right, nice. In the game like EA. Tesla kind of ripping. Tesla's good. Again, I played that one a lot yesterday. And then let's see even the market. Don't forget the levels. It's hard to tell right now if we're getting everything moving or if we're like kind of broken apart. But 55.69, we got to get above 5,600. Otherwise, sadly, we are in the same ranges as yesterday. So that is something we're going to have to work out. There's this SPY popping right now. Yeah, Quantum. Trump post on Truth Social about vote to avoid shutdown. So I don't know if that's why we're running, but you got something. Little scammers. Intel, Bitcoin, Palantir. Those damn metas. That sucks. Meta's up too. We had that green. And then watch your NVIDIAs. One of them's down. The other one's barely up. But honestly, not too much movement out of the gate. And then watch financials as well. And then staples. DG, fat sell-off. Yeah, I got rid of those options yesterday. That was a good one. Had a very good productive meeting with Vladimir Putin on Thursday. Wow. Good chance that Ukraine war could come to an end. All right, you're starting off the morning with positive Ukraine. Good discussions. Very good chance the war can end. 1 month for 4 years, baby. Hey, man. Let's go. Is that one going to work? All right, got one, but I'm flipping it real quick. Damn. I'm looking at one of the lower quality SPY plays. I need to wait. Give me like another hour because I don't know if we're gonna get the index actually responding or not. But again, you are starting off here with some positive wartime news, or again the peace stuff. And then DG still on the low. Nvidia. Okay, premiums are already up a little bit, but I think we'll get out of them. This is odd. You're like actually running on the peace stuff, but premiums are going very, very slow. I mean, it is still early morning. The bonds are getting murdered. So 557 again. We got to get above 5,600. And then there's Tesla. You're making the Intel free. Good work. I got some of my Intels. They're still down from yesterday. But yeah, watch those. Oh, damn. That one expires today. I might have to flip that. It's down from yesterday, but they're still up. But maybe we get lucky. And then Nvidia going up now. You got 120. I don't know where Meta's at. Okay, the Metas are back up now, too. But that one was a little weird. Where's NVIDIA? Yeah, both sets of NVIDIA are green now. The one that expires today is literally right about to go green. So you might, again, you're in the money. You need to get rid of that, though. Oklo up 10. Palantir. I just flipped next week calls. I'm already out. So I just did a SPY play. I just got 10, 15% on that. But I'm out of it. I have a couple of calls that expire today, and then I will be looking for next week. I might do a couple dailies, but it's not necessarily the priority right now. XYZ, I forgot about that one. Okay, there's the Nvidias now. Yeah, bro, the Nvidia is green. So old 120 is now green. Sadly, I'm going to sell out of it. So get rid of the Nvidia 120 that expires. It went green there, but we have a other Nvidia from yesterday. Okay, got out of that one. Bonds going up. It's only 6:30. How is this? Yeah, you're getting bonds moving a little bit. There's AMD again. Intel, I don't know how staples are. They're down, but see if they start to run up. And then again, financials as well, too. Okay, the Metas are up 10. Those should be up more. U.S. Envoy Witkoff meeting with Putin in Moscow. Sources briefed on the matter. And then GV. I'm seeing the other one. Yeah, the Trump one. That's where we started. Pretty much first opening headline. Positive war stuff. It seems. I hate these. No, I'm going to skip that. Watch XYZ, though. I like it, but it's kind of already moved. Philip Morris on the high. No, the war news, I mean, again, yesterday market didn't like it, but the day before that, any positive comment on it, markets were ready to go, but I don't think that's enough to be the only thing of the day. But get ready, though. You are moving up. So far, there was plays on that, and they hit. I have a shitty SPY play to look at, but I don't know how confident I feel in it. Okay, I got the shitty SPY play. I grabbed a shitty call, aka out of the money, but I think you could do better in the money. But the in the money, I don't like the price right now because you can't play for without putting a lot of money up. So I'm going with the shittier one. I'm putting it on the stream alert right now because pretty much if this play doesn't hit in an hour, you'll be able to get way better SPY plays for a lot cheaper. So the only mistake about shooting now, the premiums aren't like that crazy, but the only downside is if you go too early, these will be a lot cheaper here in the future, like literally in the near future. So just be mindful of that. Again, those other NVIDIAs, again, we don't have any, no more NVIDIAs expiring this week. Hopefully you guys do something with those if you are in that scenario. Just be mindful. Actually. Tem on the high. Tesla gave it up. Yeah, Tesla was fired yesterday. But yeah, that did already. It's hard to tell right now. I don't know if we're doing everything moving or just one, but NASDAQ is up almost 2%. Trump applauds Schumer for doing the right thing. Tesla. Dabe on the high too. So not bad. What is this NX? Oh, that was the one from yesterday. That was one of those small movers. Okay, SPY premiums are that's what I'm saying. The premiums today aren't too odd. Things aren't dying immediately. Things aren't moving too crazy. It's not like they have like a really high price, but yeah, it's a very every day is a little bit different than the day before. Again, a lot of stop and go. But you are up 1.7 on the Nasdaq, Russell 1.2, SPY 1.2, and then Dow Jones up 0.75. And we're not even near the what's it called? The data yet. I guess is it 7:30 or is that 7? Okay, yeah. So top of the hour, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We'll get consumer sentiment. Again, be mindful. I think everyone's going to react to like the numbers when it comes out, but what we got to really look for is going to be the that independent number. Beautiful. Okay, now puts are starting to move a little bit more. Calls are juicing, but not as much. But literally, again, movement in the money, near the money. It's actually responding. $6.45. I like Tesla. I just want to see an idea of whether or not. Give me 15 more minutes. We'll get the checkup, and then we'll see. But so far, SPY rally off of, what's it called, type beat. News related to peace. And then I gave one of the sweet spots. Those are actually kind of climbing. Carvana. Who was the other one? XYZ. I like that one. They have this new buy now or borrow app they got approval for. I don't like the options, but I like the headline. SYF on the high, Qubits. That's been having a great week since the little research paper. I think all the quantum names. And then Microsoft now. Tesla flushing. Aye. Apple, IWM up a 1.3. Everything except for the Dow, but Dow's just lagging by 0.3, but it's pretty hot. Again, not a bad day. The VIX is down. VIX back down to 23. All right, first little red. Again, latest comment piece. Again, Trump talking about the piece and even the, again, debt ceiling or the whole continued resolution is looking good as well. Zena. I'm in a call. Where's Intel? Those other NVIDIAs came down a little bit. Again, Tesla's now flushing. Apple coming down too. Intel's barely green. Chewy on the high. And then SPY trying to fight. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. A lot of tea this morning. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless Chattadonia. God bless America. And shout out to the veterans, baby.
10%.
Amen.
Finally, we
10%?
have Citi opening a
I don't know if it's going to go to commercial or not.
negative catalyst watch on General Mills. That company, of course, reports earnings next week. Citi anticipating a guidance cut. Now, coming up, the playbook for the 2020s may be the reverse of the 2010s. We'll speak with Joe Weisenthal next in our strategy session. This is Bloomberg's Open Interest.
What a weird noise. All right, never mind. I'll wait till the next commercial. XYZ on the high. So again, I like XYZ. I just don't like the premiums. And then those SPY plays are still working, surprisingly. So even out of the money plays, again, I went cheaper, but they're working. And then the near the monies are also responding. I already got out of those, but I'm watching puts as well. But yeah, you're going straight up, honestly, after. If this doesn't have like a little hiccup today, and we don't like come back to open and try to fill that gap, you'll get a little melty. But this is what I told you. Let's get above 5,600. That has been a very, very odd space. But we get above there, then we'll do like 5,625. Really, if you get past, are you guys ready? 5,644. If you get past that intraday, we're going to start melting up or squeeze. Ho ho. What up, Jake for State Farm? Amen. Good morning, baby. How you living? All right, SPY working its way up. Making my way downtown. Going fast and they're holding. I got long term. I got long term. I will save 10% if I could just long term. So I thought that's for the liberals in the consumer sentiment. I got you. I got you. All right, you could get some free calls on that other play depending on what you got or how many. But it's all everything's gradual. I'm kind of leaning single stock because I like it. The indexes are working for now, but it's not going crazy. It was like that. You remember that one day we had that 1,000%er, but it didn't hit until the last hour, but the play was like right in the morning? That's what it feels like. It's crawling right now. So premiums are not moving quick right now. But that's why I'm like, I don't know if it's individual stocks or if we go with the indexes, but you haven't gotten much. But yeah, everything is moving hella slow right now. And then remember, everybody is gassing up the consumer sentiment. There's NVIDIA again. All right, all NVIDIA plays are green. Hopefully you sold the other one. It's in the money, but that expires today. If I could just long term.
Favorites. Bloomberg's Joe Weisenthal
Okay, follow me on
in his latest
Instagram
Odd
at the
Lots
Trading
newsletter.
Fraternity.
Joe is arguing
Real
that
Cold
the
News
playbook
on
for
Twitter.
the
I love you.
2020s is a mirror image of the 2010s. He joins us now to walk us through his thinking. I love this.
Thank you. Thanks for having me back. I love being on TV, sitting on the chairs, talking about ripping faces.
I
miss this. No, I miss this. This is fun. I forgot. This is fun sitting.
We used to be on a show together called What'd You Miss?
Yeah, a long time ago.
I didn't know that you were on it.
It was great. Only marginally.
I went on that show sometimes.
Dude, I love the note.
Thank you.
Talk us through the parallels, or is it a parallel? The mirror image of the 2010s.
It's been something I've noticed. I've been thinking about actually for years now. I don't know. I started in 2021, 2022, that there are a lot of things about this decade that are like the last decade, except literally the opposite. All right. So the easiest one is just that, okay, last decade we were talking about underemployment is the sort of persistent economic malaise or whatever. This time it's obviously inflation, the exact opposite, et cetera. That's kind of straightforward. But there are other interesting things too that are sort of opposites. So like we had a little financial crisis in March 2023. That was regional bank centered as opposed to the money center banks. You think last time all of the anxiety was around the big banks. Even in Europe recently, last decade, the periphery, right? Spain, Italy, Greece, that's where the weakness was. The pigs, right? No one ever talks about them anymore. And then Germany was strong. Right. Now, those economies have actually done fine, or relatively fine, and it's really Germany that's the source of anxiety. So you can go down the list and find all these sort of macro phenomenon. Even think about the Trump when he was the chaos candidate perceived to be going into 2016. Hillary was seen as the safe one. When he won that night, famously, futures plunged. And then it took a while for stocks to get comfortable with him. Exact opposite this time, where stocks shot up when he won, and now obviously.
Yeah.
Today we have the face ripper, but otherwise not so great.
Going down the list, reading it this morning, you could kind of get chills because it really is a mirror image. And even when it comes to global monetary policy, talk to us about China, because China went big on stimulus.
That's
the
other
summer.
thing.
I love this one. This is my favorite. Not just China, but the U.S. too, right?
But this one is really interesting. You could say that in China did the world a favor kind of in 2009. There was no.
DeepSeek forbids some employees from traveling abroad freely. Peso, wow. Well, look, that was your little move down, but if this keeps going, you are looking very good, you guys. This is not comparable to the last couple days until it sells off. But look, Canada up, Mexico up, I think everything. But like I'm saying, get past 5,600 and then 56, 44, 45. We get up there, you're going to be looking at potential melt to 57. Otherwise, if we can't get past 56, all of the downside levels from yesterday are in play. So for now, is good. Staples are going up. All right. Oh, they crushed those staples, bro. And then what time is it? Are we at the top of the hour yet? No, we got 5 more minutes till data. All right, SPY going up. The current price. You want to see the percentage? Okay, there you go. Those plays from the morning are good. I'll let that walk. I still like the individuals, but just a little interesting here. NVIDIA is good. Meta's not working as an individual, though. That's what sucks. And then Amazon's not going up. NVIDIA looks great, though. That's still going. Trump coin flying. Where's coin? Meta on the low. Those plays are green, but I did not sell. Let's see if banks could go up too, but SPY at that high, chilling. XLV healthcare is going up. That's actually looking great. You could see the plays on the stream alerts, but don't get the stream alerts if you don't have a long term. And then every play, you should not be using more than 10% of your long-term deposit for gambles. T-Mobile on the high. China province screening potential investors before DeepSeek meeting. We're getting a DeepSeek meeting? Yeah, you guys are saying crypto's running. Nothing crazy. Carney to name Champagne Canada's finance minister. That's from the morning. Watch, China was doing good, but I haven't really heard anything about him in the morning. Is selling premium a good strategy if you own the shares? Covered calls are great if you do them in a win-win scenario. Okay, so SPY kind of coming down here. It wants to. I'm only worried about the bonds because, again, we haven't had any movement yet. So everything's still very morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, good morning. It's only been 30 minutes, but watch those bonds. We're not like nothing's confirmed. If everything goes good, we can melt up. If not, in literally about 3 minutes, that data could wash everybody. So be mindful. Be mindful, my friends. Broadcom on the low. Where is it? Yeah. I've heard a lot of crypto today. I mean, again, what was it? Last week we had the little crypto event. Okay, I got rid of a play I did in the morning here. One of them was on an individual. All right, guys, get ready. You got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the data. We'll pick it apart when it comes out. We'll get to I don't know where they release it. But like I was saying yesterday, what's going to happen? This number right here. Everyone's looking at 1 year expectations and 5 year. This number is going to be an average. So the algos will respond to it, but then I think give it like 20 minutes, everyone's going to start looking through on the data, but we'll find out. Long story short, you are in a very fearful market. Everybody is looking ahead, and this data today is literally just pure expectations. So it's literally, are you fearful or not? Look at the bonds. That's odd. So now bonds are getting a little bit up. My plays just went back to break even now on the out of the money calls. I don't know where the puts are at, but yeah, that's weird. So again, bonds are kind of front running the data a little bit. It's not massive, but usually any of those moves, you should pay attention. The final comes out like 2-3 weeks later, pretty much like near the end of the month. Okay, 1 minute. The number 3.6 for 1 year or 5 year, and then 4.4 for the other. I'll give you guys the wire so you could see it when it comes out. Excuse me. All right, we'll see. Yeah, staples are going up, and then everything else is dumping. Tariffs hurt demand. Esviria, ECV, 20 seconds. Again, 3.6 or 4.4. I think that 4.4 number is what you really care about. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burp. And we're off. Oh, where is it? 57.9. It plummeted. 5 year, 1 year, 4.9 and 3.9. Again, this is exactly what I told you. This is stupid as hell, but let me get to it there. But yeah, inflation expectations rocket because they surveyed a bunch of liberals. But yeah, my puts have gone up. The calls have now came back down. But see, it's going to dance around a little bit as everybody figures that out. Yeah, literally 4.9 on the 1 year versus 4.3. Terrible. But again, think about everything I told you guys yesterday. Oh, wrong one. So yeah, give it a second. I already have a put from earlier. That's why we did I did near the money put, out the money call. That should tell you about the strategy. This is just stupid. You literally have had more of a market bond reaction off of Family Feud than the most important data. Well, I'm trying to get the website up. Data. So March 14th is today, right? Yeah. Nice. So they already updated with political party. So yeah, bro, this is insane. So consumer sentiment, Republicans at 83.9, Democrats hit a low of 41.4, and then independents at 57.2. So independents did go down. Current conditions, independents went up, and then expectations, independents went down, but still stable. And then I want to say that might be your lowest Democratic expectation in decades. So yeah, this is what I was saying yesterday. I don't think it's not like Republicans got a little more optimistic than Democrats got really pessimistic. But then independents did move down a little bit, but not at the same rate. But yeah, honestly, market might be able to brush it off though. I hope. Hey, look, bonds are already coming down though, but you don't want that to add pressure. Okay, I sold out the put, but be careful, because if this goes down, we're flushing all day. Anytime you get that, if it does this to shake out premiums, if it doesn't bounce back up, then that's it. But I think, again, independents were a little lower, but if you cut out the Democrats and then the Republicans, it was a little lower, but I think positive than not. But if you're going to go with the average number, it's terrible. Yeah, so wait, those puts are shit. Because I want some with a little bit more time, but out of the money, you got to be careful. But still, if you go down from here, we're going to flush. So if you do the little data reaction, pop back up, and that doesn't materialize, you're going to be screwed. MO on the high. Watch Staples, though. They might go. SMCI new high. Yeah, they are starting to run up. They're up 5. And SPY not out of the clear yet. Okay, well, you're back up to here, but give it like 15 minutes. Let's see if we actually could get out of this weirdness. But other than that, I think the data was definitely politically leaning, but independents weren't too bad. So, yeah. Which one's this? I don't think he picked the party. I have one already. So here's one of them, but this is what you're getting today. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'd follow the purple line. Follow the independents. So you do pretty much, you have independents getting as pessimistic as kind of, the beginning of like 2021, 22. So it's not bad. But then again, this is the pull apart. Look at the Democratic drop, the Republican one, but independents, you did have a change in sentiment, but it's not as extreme. That's the one that we got to really be following. But I don't know. The market doesn't. I don't know if the market follows that. That's what I was trying to tell you guys yesterday. You know, I have my own opinion, and like for me, I'm using the independent number for data assessment, but anything else, I mean, if the algos are going to probably go off the other one. Okay, you're going up, bonds down. You might be able to brush this off, boys. So be careful, though. Watch. If it kind of stalls out here, you're screwed. But if you can actually get back to highs on that, I think you'll get a little melt. And then again, 56.40 is what we're eyeing. Okay, my SPY calls came back. We got rid of the put. Oh, they killed those puts for calls for a little bit. Okay, high ticker gassing now. I think you might avoid it, but you got to get above that 5,600 again. So it looks good, but until we're back above there, you never know. But watch out for that. Yang on the low. China's going up now as well. Again, watch if banks or staples. And then watch if we get everything going. Let me get you guys a checkup. There's your pop again. Bitcoin back up. Where was it? Checkup. Let's get you a checkup, baby. Dow Jones, 25 in the green, 5 in the red. Literally Merck, J&J, and Procter Gamble, Verizon, Home Depot on the low. Anything low right now is a damn healthcare play on the Dow. And then NASDAQ, 97 green, 3 names in the red. So you have way more moves for downside. Like more names can go red, but you're melting the fuck up right now. Yeah, 450 green on the SPY, 52 in the red. All right. Thank you. Wire did his job. Okay, bonds going back up. Unfortunately, my brother in Christ. Like I said, if we don't watch the VWAP test, but if this doesn't hold, no, that's not good. Okay, what's the other one? Apple. Apple's coming down. Again, like I'm saying, you have 450 names up. You have more names that could flip red. Otherwise, if they hold, then you'll be good. But now you are coming down. Now look at the bonds, though. That I don't like. So, yeah, now bonds are kind of showing a little bit of the fear, too. Out of the money calls the same. I already got rid of one of my puts. That's it. Tesla's still going down. Nvidia's still dancing. Meta flipped. Cigna on the high. And then SPY at VWAP. Bonds are going now to the high. And meanwhile, SPY is just like in the middle of where it came out. So bonds are confused right now. And again, the last couple of days, remember, you'd have one good, one bad data, but bonds were going in all sorts of directions. I'm looking at TLT now, but even then, TLT, like yesterday, they were not looking good, and then they just took off. And then once they take off, it's a different story. Two. See what bonds do. SPY at VWAP. Let's see here. This is the difference between we either make a move up or down, or we could even chop. I do not want to chop. Chop's no good, Habibi. Bitcoin can't. I've heard a lot about Bitcoin from you guys. Let's see. Oil again, bro. Mexico's killing it. Canada, honestly, the currencies look great. Bitcoin's up 4. I don't know. You guys are freaking out on these moves, but I think it's just up all day like the market. Play It's Friday, like by Rebecca Black. Apple on the low. I don't know. So again, you're dancing at VWAP, but now Apple is flushing, and then bonds are still holding. So again, and every name is green. So today's broad rally, I think the indexes might work a little better until we only get one move up, one down. But yeah, again, 450 names on the SPY, everything. Germany, Klingsbell, I'm satisfied with the government or the agreement. Not bad. Okay, coming back down. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the puts will hit. If they do the liberal freak out, there you go. Which was the one I flipped? Okay, the ones I flipped are a little cheaper, but yeah, I don't know. That one's tough. Or better yet, nah. It's a broad market move, but what are we saying? Make this shit easy, bro. Zelensky says Russia is deliberately setting conditions for ceasefire to complicate and drag it out. Okay, bonds going vertical. I'm going individual name. So instead of, I wanted to grab that SPY put, but I grabbed I'm just shorting an individual stock. Well, using an option. That is my plan. So literally one bonds, big candle, SPY getting into the low of the day, and Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Oh, no. Let's go, Peach Nation. Woo! Amen. Amen. Bro, the Peach is everywhere. They don't know, bro. They don't know. Okay, I'm going to stick with those plays, but I like the album. I have out of the money calls, individual short. And then that's, yeah, I flip one of my other plays. Oh, I forgot about those in the morning. Oh, the ultas ain't do shit. And then look at the bonds, though. Bonds in market are tweaking right now. Yeah, ulta's just staying pinned. That one's cleaning up all the premium. UPS. Intel. Oh, Intel does look good, actually. What the hell is this? Yeah, it's starting to move up there. I still have plays. They have a little bit of value. They're going to expire today. They were worth more earlier. I already fell. Good morning. G7 statement removes two-state solution phrase to appease U.S. R? Bonds, Intel, NVIDIA. Bro, the premiums are doing it again. So I'm just looking at the SPY. I haven't taken another one since that one. But they're like, every single one of these candles, you're liable to literally move like 10, 15% on just one little up or down tick. And then UNG and Boyle. Where's the dollar? Again, currencies all look great. Yeah, those are already up. All right. Uncertainty. EU countries extend sanction against Russia for 6 months. Yeah, bro, these plays are cheap. So again, the premiums are still lower than yesterday, but it's a very interesting dynamic. Boyle on the high again. Watch Intel if that gets squeezy. Otherwise, we will see. And then I do need to go to the bathroom again. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I will BRB.
Than 40 continuing resolutions over the last 25 years. So it's not atypical that a continuing resolution gets passed versus the 12 appropriation bills that are needed to create a spending plan for the federal government. But I would say the main thing that we're watching is as the negotiations continue beyond the continuing resolution, what happens to federal funding that many state and local governments receive for a variety of programs like Medicaid, infrastructure spending, and also just for general things like FEMA when it comes to recovery from major disasters.
All right, but we're all focused on, well, potentially one big, beautiful bill, right? Or not. That includes an extension of the TCJA. That'll cost at least $4.5 trillion over 10 years, but also cuts of, I think the Republicans said at least $2 trillion if you want to get that much in tax cuts. Is that going to work out?
Well, as a ratings analyst, I don't opine really or make a recommendation as to what they should or shouldn't be doing. But I think what we're watching.
All right, does that set us up to be a more credit-worthy borrower?
Well, the U.S. sovereign rating is not really my expertise, and that kind of negotiation would really be more aligned with that particular credit analysis. But I think what we're watching when it comes to the cuts that are made to afford the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act's extension is really how they transform Medicaid, which, states get about 25% of funding for that program through the federal government. Also, we're going to be watching as to whether or not they want to appropriate additional funding to refill the disaster recovery fund at FEMA. And also, we're going to be watching any additional clawbacks that have been made for infrastructure funding through either the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act.
Well, Nora, I'm really curious to get your perspective on a different type of cuts to the federal workforce, of course, spearheaded by Elon Musk to basically shrink the size of the federal government. What is the read-through, if successful, if we do start to see this show up in the data in a big way? What is the read-through to state and local governments?
So it's really could be a sort of a dampening of economic growth, right? If you have certain people that are not working or, certain people that are furloughed for a time, if there's a government shutdown, that could really dampen consumer spending. And actually, I think one of the gentlemen you had on previously was talking about the University of Michigan, and the consumer sentiment that they read every month is down about 10 points from January. So if consumers get uncomfortable with the direction of where things may go, whether it be they get Medicaid funding cuts or, there's something else happening in terms of their employment, they may pull back on funding. And that could really lead to a downward trend of some revenues that state and local governments collect to balance their budgets.
We should note that yesterday a federal judge said that they cannot fire these federal workers. So I don't know how many it is. I'd love to find a number. If you know one, please volunteer it. But we're talking about tens of thousands of workers, right, that are now going to be able to go back to work, and that there's unlikely to be a furlough since we're probably not going to get a government shutdown.
Yeah. I'll be setting my alarm for midnight.
All right, man, you're doing it's like a longer-winded sell-off. You did the little bounce, pop, pin.
Do you not know
but I'm both
what
ways,
someone
so I
like
have
Elon
a
Musk
SPY
and his
calls, and
minion
then I'm
of
shorting
Doge
individuals.
Are going to do,
but I think the consumer sentiment making it awkward, and it was already awkward.
System is going to allow any of
And
it,
again,
or
most
stop
of
it
the
as
market
illegal.
is still in the green.
I think for us,
you're
that's
up almost
really
1%
the uncertainty part
on every
of
index.
this whole situation, not only with the budget, but with some of the policy decisions and how the unpredictable nature of those announcements are kind of playing out, right? So we, have a hard time forecasting that uncertainty. But really, for us, every sort of negotiation around federal policy around the TCJA is all different. And so for us, we really have to wait for those details to materialize before we can really make a determination on whether it's credit relevant.
I just think there's a lot of good broad factors. The consumer sentiment on independence did come down a little, but that should be good for yields. But then again, like the Mexican peso, everything broadly is looking great right now, except for the consumer sentiment.
Michigan sentiment at the top of the hour. Inflation expectations, short and long term, also really rising higher, but still not taking too big of a
this is
bite
just
out
chopping
of this
up
rally
preems.
underway. The
Again,
S&P 500 up about 9/10.
But it's not as bad as some of the other days. The other days you had way more premium gain in it, and it made it a lot more of a hangover.
Nvidia is still gaining more than 3%, by the way.
There you go. I will note that volume is quite lower today, down about 11.
Quite lower. Fed Bowman, I don't know. And then is it Michelle Bowman's going to be the new vice chair of supervision? And then Intel, that one just keeps climbing very subtly. You did get that Zelensky comment. You did start with Trump talking about positive peace, but yeah, Zelensky did come in there. I don't know. I think we have something on the schedule with the White House today, but other than that, you're trying to figure out, do we get out of correction zone? Can we get 2 consecutive days of green? These are some of the main points. There's Nvidia popping. Where's Tessie? 242, blue 42. Oh, SPY calls are green now. Interesting. All right. Not the out of the monies, but the in the monies. I didn't think they'd be green here, but they are green here now. So you're moving up. NVIDIA getting a candle. TLT coming down. Again, short-term momentum on the high ticker picking up. XLP broke down. Yeah, they already watched those premiums. But watch out for XLP again. Just the roll we saw last week. He took a breather this week. So again, that just jacked up premiums for some odd reason. I didn't think it would. Those little 2 candles got premiums on calls back up, and it shouldn't be. Ulta on the high now. I have a play on those, but they burned some premium. They're coming back. Ulta calls might come back. $5,579. Like I told you, 5,600. That's a big level. If we get above there, it opened up the door to the melt, but you're not getting it that easy. Okay, now you're starting to move a little bit. Yeah, calls are working. But then again, they worked for a little. The premiums are moving today. So you'll actually get your movement, but I don't think the market, you gapped up, you look good, but now this is stalling out. So your problem is just the market needs to move. It's not necessarily the premiums today. Yeah, Ulta's good. I took some in the morning. I thought they were cheaper, but then wide spreads, but now it's starting to figure itself out. What's Bond? 285. Yeah, EU countries extend sanctions against Russia. There was a lot of call activity on Coinbase. Again, Bitcoin, that's moved a lot. That's still holding up 4. Where's gold? Your boy, 3,000. Crazy. Again, all the currencies are looking very good today. I think except the euro or the pound. 5579. Who's on the high? ED as well. Yeah, Apple is. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Because every one of these days, you do try to find, some movement. We haven't had 15 days of, it's been 16 days, I think, of no back-to-back gains. And then meanwhile, I mean, look at Apple. So that is a big part. Apple and NVIDIA, those play big roles in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. VWAP test and low. If it moved down, up, and then back down, that's an easy read. That would have just been a sell-off on the data like we've seen before. So it's doing that, but now this is taking too long, right? You had data, freak out, and then you pop back up, and then usually that pop, it just comes right back down if people are really freaked out. But now you had the pop, slow drawdown, pin for 10 minutes, and then now we're like here. So it's hard to say. That's why I said the data, everybody hyped up this consumer sentiment data. You got more of an initial knee-jerk reaction than CPI or PPI, but this is the least important data. But now that feeds into expectations and future. CCI, they sold off a unit today, I believe. Yeah, so they're still killing it. And then SPY just literally like in between the candle of when the data came out. XOM on the high. Tesla, KDP, Pepsi. Where is a Pfizer? Who is it? Target. Levitt, nothing on Trump's schedule to talk with Putin today, but Trump's schedule could change. Catherine Levitt, or Caroline Levitt. But so nothing on Trump and Putin for today, but I don't know what they're hinting at. Caroline. RCL on the low. And then Conoco, another oil name, and then X on the high too. ATNI. Is Levitt speaking? She might. That's what I was saying. I was just looking. I don't see it on her Twitter. But she might be live. I don't know if they're having a press briefing. Mehmet Oz has a briefing or an appointment. Justin Trudeau formally stepped down as prime minister. Yeah, he gets replaced today. Wolf melting up. Oh, nice. Yeah, you guys ready? I'm getting more data on the fucking... Yeah, I hate this, bro. This is stupid. Terrible. This is exactly what I was showing you guys last night. So here's number one. And then bonds are moving, but look. So 1 year now, independents, they're literally as worried about inflation as they were end of 2023, beginning of 2024. So like I'm saying, Democrats believe inflation will be double what they expected, triple almost, than when inflation was actually at 9. And then Republicans even conceded a little bit and are like, you know what, maybe 0.1. But again, I follow the independent. I think this is fair. A little bit more inflation, again, 0.4. This kind of even went up a lot, but now are you ready for this? It gets crazier, my friends. Well, let me give you this one first. Here is the 5-year. So 5-year, independents are now worried. So that is some level of negativity. I don't think you should be this worried. I don't think you should be this confident. So no, this is part of why some of today is negative there. So you are getting a negative read on that. But then this is where it gets good. Are you ready? Half. Dude, this is crazy. Half of the University of Michigan respondents mentioned something negative about the news heard on government policy. This is a record. So in the history of the entire consumer sentiment ever from 1980, this is the highest on record of hearing an unsolicited negative mention about the economy or policy. Believe it or not. And then favorable news was 15. So again, that means beyond COVID, a damn great recession and everything, you have more people who were unsolicited info or news on the economy that was negative. So this is a good one. So Democrats are realizing that maybe things aren't as bad as they thought. And then Republicans are also like, maybe things aren't as good as we thought. So this is probably the best set of data on today. That I think is realistic. That I think is, that's what it should be. That's what closes the polarization. That's what gets us there. Envoy Witkoff spoke to Putin on Thursday. Trump did not speak to Putin. Well, there you go. And here's a good one. This is just all of it. 1 month net change. You could kind of see, again, Republicans, their expectations dropped. Conditions, Democrats, that was an 11-point move. But everything else, not too bad. And you could compare it to the average as well. So not too bad. CCI again. The Democrats just are pretty much with current conditions. They found out that things weren't as gloomy as they thought. And then Republicans also figured out that things aren't as good or aren't going to be as amazing as they thought. Unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. Today, consumer sentiment, independents did get a little bit more worried. There was obviously an impact on news, more on record. But then again, it's still, I say independents are a little bit more worried. And then both sides kind of came a little closer, but you still had one of the wider divergences. Pepsi nears a $1.5 billion deal for Poppi soda. I like Poppi. So Pepsi's going to buy Poppi for $1.5 billion. Okay, look at my calls are still up, but they moved up more on this move than that. So yeah, let's see if we could get out of this or not. TTD, we keep talking about that one. I like it. It just, unfortunately, this was a name that moved up from a very low price, but I love what they do. I love what they're involved in. Netflix, the advertising space, I think it's great, but I don't like their price. And then look, let's see if we get stocks up, bonds up. So look, you might go up, bonds bounce, and stocks. That'll be and TLT. That'll be very interesting. And then Staples trying to come up. Healthcare already green. Financials are going. So bonds are hitting a new high of the day on TLT. So let's see. Market wanted to go up, but then it stopped. TLT, honestly, they're probably up, but if you want to go for it as your spy play or something that's moving, that might be your last call. I just don't like them after they start to move 100% intraday. Okay, you're getting a little red there now. You're not out of the clear, my friend. Meta, Baba coming down, even China. Yeah, even K-Web selling off now. There's Tessie. We could move sideways. Yeah, that's definitely in there. I don't think it'll just stay sideways. It'll be down, up to pretty much end at open. That would not be, I would not be surprised if that happened. We just got some big gaps in play. If we don't get a peace deal till May, how would that play out? I just think you'll get like more fighting. So I think you'll start getting really terrible war headlines. Because that's it. I don't think America ever, like literally in the last week and a half, right when Donald Trump said no more weapons, they took Kursk. So unfortunately, that's just the sad reality, is that if we don't help Ukraine as much, Putin's going to go savage even more. So I just think it would be death and destruction if we don't get a peace deal till May. But meanwhile, I do think if we don't have a peace deal till May, you could expect the Europeans to really step up with debt issuance and trying to fill that void, at least in my opinion. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, I flip one of those. The other plays are coming back. And SPY holding, bro. Literally a bond pop. SPY got pinned, but it's not responding as directly. I think that's kind of a good sign, to be honest. As long as these currencies hold up, VIX is down. Yeah, it's looking decent. SPY calls are red now. So literally, I went from here to here. I bought a call here. And then from here to here, I go green on it. And then now here, I'm negative. Now it's back to green. So now the premiums are getting a little weird. First 10 minutes, first 30 minutes, they were perfect. Do you think there could be a compromise? Yeah, easily. I say easily because I think Putin is down and I think Trump is down and a couple of Europeans are down. But I personally, some of you might get mad at me. You might unsubscribe. I don't support Putin. I don't think what he did was right at all. And I think he's a weird guy. But I also don't like Zelensky. I think Zelensky has been a problem for peace rather than a proponent, in my personal opinion. So that's where I think you run into difficulties. Because it sucks. And yeah, you're going to say, well, why would you do this? Why would you do that? But the problem has gotten really bad. It's been now years, and a lot of land has already been taken through this fight. And that's why it's just like, unfortunately, the longer you draw this on, the harder it's going to be to get a reasonable answer. It's like selling a used car. It's like it's depreciating. The war is depreciating. You are losing lives, money, power, everything. It's a depreciating asset, and he is hanging on to this thing in a way that, it's not, like no one could give you a good offer if you're not willing to take a good offer. You know what I'm saying? Like the offers are only going to get worse from here. And that's unfortunately, I think that's Zelensky's the problem in my opinion. All right, you're running. I'm up 15 now on calls. Where are the other ones? The other ones are down 28%. The ones from the AM. They went up 30% at one point. I think they'll go up on the high, but yeah, you're starting to break a little bit. Ulta's up 10. My calls didn't hit. I went too early. Okay, 20% now. Calls are moving good. The other ones are going to come back. Our other ones will be there. My near the monies will hit, and then we'll be fine. And then I did an expensive NVIDIA put, but these are just going to balance out. The media was saying he's on coke. I don't think that's fair. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think Zelensky, my hat is off to him. Although I may not want to give him all of our money and, there's things I don't like about the war, I think he did a good job. He fought and he put up a fight that most people didn't think Ukraine had in them. And I think he rounded up people in a positive way, and I think his impact on society was decent for the Ukrainians. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to go around here and call the guy on coke or anything. I don't think that's fair to him. I think he did good in some areas, and that, just like Joe Biden, you got to give credit where credit is due. But I do think that, like, you know, I just think it's the election thing is weird. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I don't think he wants to give up the election thing. That's the part that if you could bring up drugs, and I don't think that's fair to him. But I think the whole idea of not having an election is odd, and that's it. I don't need to accuse anybody of drug use or anything. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is the weird part, in my opinion. NVIDIA rocketing now. Boo, I should have grabbed the call. I have a call, but I grabbed more. I got a bigger put. But yeah, NVIDIA's going. Honestly, those plays didn't even die. You're down $30, and then the call's now green. So yeah, we have one green call, a red put, and then a green SPY now. I think my SPY, where are we? Oh, no, we're not. Nowhere near that. How do you imagine elections while it's occupied? I don't care. It's been 3 years. So I may not have the answer to the to the excuse, but all I know is that not having elections is weird for that long, especially when the situation has gotten better and worse and better and worse. But either way, I think that's weird. So whatever you follow it up with, I don't have an answer for it, but you got to, not having elections is odd for that long. And I think that's the problem that's getting in his way. Like I said, the beauty about like Donald Trump, for real, and whether you like Donald Trump or not, I call this the Donald Trump test, and you could find objective truth by taking any scenario and then seeing how people would react if Donald Trump did it. So that's how I feel in this situation. All of you telling me wartime this, wartime that, you would be revolting in the streets if Donald Trump tried to pull this shit. You know what I'm saying? If they were like, oh, we got a war, and now, oh, I can't, that's it. No more elections. And then even after a year or two, and he kept saying it still, and that you would not tolerate that. So that's how I feel with anything. You could just apply the Donald Trump test. We haven't had a war on the U.S. soil since the Civil War. Amen. But if we did, I don't think you would allow Trump to stay in presidency. Would you? Like, honestly, like if tomorrow we get invaded by China, would you really want Donald Trump in there? And you would say, and he's like, I'm going to do it now. We're going to suspend all elections. You guys would flip. Greece cancels its scheduled bond auction due to recent issuance. Yes, as long as it's wartime. Well, I wouldn't. If you mean to tell me we got in a war tomorrow, and then 3 years down the line, Donald Trump tried to cancel an election, I would be getting up on YouTube and I would be protesting that. Because I'd say this is nonsense. So fight for your democracy, people. And if you really believe in it, uphold it. From Ukraine to America. Do you see what I'm saying? So I like Donald Trump, but I would say no, depending on, like, unless there was nuclear bombs, and even then, again, we have a great democracy, and there is things people expect from Ukraine to America. All right, you're going up now. Other plays are still down, out of the monies. In the monies are up 25. Well, near the money. There's no way to hold elections in wartime. Have you ever heard the phrase, if there is a will, there is a way? So that's the thing. If it was Donald Trump, I think people would find a way because they would not will that. Same thing with Ukraine. But like I'm saying, I just think that's one of the oddest parts of Ukraine right now. But I hope Zelensky does good. I doubt him when it comes to peace, but I hope he does good, and he's done some good. I've acknowledged that. So, and I don't think he's doing any drugs. I don't think it's fair to say that about him, but I do think, I think peace is going to be hard, and I think he is one of the barriers, sadly. All right, man, you're coming back up. I want those out, honestly. Yeah, because those are for tomorrow, bro. How much did we pay for them? Yeah. Bro, I think these are frogging. I'm grabbing another set. I grabbed another set of calls. I just think they're frogging for tomorrow. I'm not playing dailies. I'm playing tomorrows. Tomorrow, yeah. You know what I mean, you cuties. It's so cute. So cute. Okay, my spy call is still whacking. Yeah, Greece canceled bond. Look at bonds are high. So now you got stocks up with yields going down. Very interesting considering. But yeah, we're looking good. If no external Trump, if we could get above 5,600 without a wall of sells, like I said, we get above 5,600 or 5,640, the melt up may begin. But we just have to go through a lot right there. It was not as easy as it looks. How many contracts do I buy? You should assume I'm buying one. I am buying more than one, but this is the point, man. I don't want to influence you all, and I want you guys to go small. I have a lot of money. I've made a lot of money in my life, and even then, I still have completely separate gambling accounts in my long-term. Anything that's not long-term is gambling. So just please make sure that, whatever I'm doing, I don't think you're going to replicate because if you're not in the same financial situation or mindset, it will be difficult. So start with this. You're asking me how many contracts I'm buying, but let me ask you this. How much of your trading budget, how does that compare to your long-term deposit? Because that is going to be more important than any play I make. In terms of playing short term and staying alive. Oh yeah, I fucked up on that. You're right. That other alert is for tomorrow. Excuse me. Bankroll management. But yeah, no, that's the question I have. So Hayden, I'm gonna wait for your answer because every time I make a play, you've been asking me these questions to try to get to exactly what I'm playing. But yeah, I would either get the stream alerts or tell me your budget when it comes down to it because that, I'm telling you, that's the key. Nobody listens to me. Everybody just wants to fucking play. And if you haven't noticed, I could shoot plays out of my ass. I could find a play every day if I really wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can find a damn play. That's not the hard part. The hard part is staying alive. Howden to take Pavway, 30 billion stock market flow. What's that? U.S. takeover. Howden? Who's Pav to pave way? What is like? What's Pavway? Who's Howden? Howden Joinery? Is it this? Oh, Enrico. But yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, the problem isn't finding plays. The problem is having enough money to play when you find the plays and staying alive and not letting them crush you and blowing up an account on short-term news plays. So do you see where I'm getting at? That really is going to be the issue when it's all said and done. Yeah, I don't know. There's some about a 30 billion float, and then SPY breaking out now. Watch Tesla. That could be a good individual one, but like I told you, the indexes are working. The out of the monies won't go up. So even the other out of the monies I just played, they won't go up. The in the monies are making me money, not anything else. But watch out. If we double top here, that'll just be terrible. So if you hit this and we can't break 56, yeah, that sucks. What's EH? E-Hang? And then Robinhood on the high. When you make our plays, would you leave out the sizing? I mean, it's up to you. I just don't, like I'm saying, I'm kind of, I don't know any other way to tell you guys more bluntly. I want you guys to not, like, let me be a negative influence on you. I even said it yesterday. I had motherfuckers crying to me. I used to look up to you, Josh. Shut the fuck up. I never told you to look up to me. I told you to buy me a house. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm even saying with these plays, I want to do work. I like to make money. I want to find opportunity. But, like, I don't want this to turn into something that you guys are making mistakes on and then you're avoiding the long term because you're watching me make a trade. You get what I'm saying? Like, enough of this shit. That's why I'm saying I really want you guys to do well. I think there is opportunities to make money trading, but if we don't prioritize the long term, if it's not there like that, I don't want the influence of, oh, Josh did this. I don't want you to get a false idea in your mind that you should be doing something because I did. And I don't want you to be like, oh, yeah, look at him, how much he's putting on there. It's like, dude, I mean, my life and what I'm going to do, there's going to be a difference. But the thing that I do, that no matter what, I follow principles. And I could hit y'all with those principles. And that's what I'm trying to say, because whether I make 1, 10, 100 contracts, it's still way lower than my long term. You get what I'm saying? Even the plays I'm making, it's lower than my big account long-term deposit. So that's what I want to make sure you guys are on, because that's how you're going to maximize and get something good out of this stream. Otherwise, you're going to watch me and you're going to love this stream while I'm hitting, and then the day that one play doesn't go right, you're going to be like, fuck this guy, unsubscribed, and then 6 months later, you're going to be propagandized doing a prop fund trading till you blow up that account, and then you're like, the stock market's a scam 2 years later. So it's not worth it. But like I'm saying, just post whatever you guys post your plays. If you're going to flex a play, you better post it in the chat. But at the end of the day, I hope you guys could take info from everybody, but I want to take myself off of a pedestal. Don't put me on a pedestal. I never asked to be there. And I want to help you guys get the good plays, the good things that'll make you money. Trades will be awesome here and there, but the real money is in that long term, and it's about not burning your money going for these. And again, I'm going with very, very small ones here and there. But amen. So watch out. You hit this high. If we can't get above there, it's ugly. Otherwise, see what the bonds do, but we might just be dancing around 8 o'clock almost, but yeah, it's still mad early. Philo, a long term changed my life, baby. Amen. Well, good. If you're doing it with paper trading, awesome. So you will learn, but I'll tell you this. Watch some of the old videos. And keep in mind then, if you're hearing out some of the calls, keep in mind some of the plays. I'm telling you, I'm going here long, short. Play around with it a little bit and keep paper trading for a couple months. Listen to what I'm saying, and I think you'll get a really good idea. I don't know why TLT and SPY are going hand in hand today. I mean, we've seen many various times of that happening, but today's an interesting dynamic with all things considered. Yeah, I think I give very good call-outs. I think I introduce a lot of people to some dope-ass ideas at the right time. However, the problem is when it gets executed the wrong way. And like I'm saying, I don't want you to take an idea, take a call out in a play, but if you're not following the principle of saving 10%, and having a real discipline to it, the results may vary, and I don't like that because I know if you do it the right way, you do it the small way, you do it with the long term, you balance it out. No way in hell you could blow up an account if you're only using 10%. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you're going to maximize everything here. Then you'll be able to appreciate me a lot more. Otherwise, yeah, you're right. I'd find whatever crackhead shit, and I may not be able to help you if you want that. I'm just telling you, control the budget is the answer. That's how we got in this conversation. Because that's what I'm saying. Like, play this, play that. How much? No. Because what's going to matter? Will you have enough? Will your budget give you enough gas to make the distance? Can you go this whole year with an appropriate enough budget to be able to trade every potential headline? That right there. And that's why I'm saying you go with 10% of your long-term amount, there's no way you run out of money. There's no way you blow up an account. There's no way you're having a problem. It's impossible. There's no way you use 10% of your 10% savings, even if you threw it on pure daily gambles. There's no way that backfires. In the sense of worst case, you lost 10% of your 10%. Worst case, you walk away with 9%. Oh, they don't feel me. That's what I'm saying. It's a cheat code, bro. All I'm just telling you, you control the budget, you can play for the rest of your life. If you don't control the budget, you'll blow up an account. That's it. When it comes to options and gambling. Long-term, whole nother story, way easier. And yeah, SPY ripping now. So both sets are green now. My in the monies are up 30, or near the money. The other plays are up 5 now. I like it. So if we break out now, ignore the data. Back above 56, you're about to hit a new high. 5640, brothers. That's it. 5645, you melt up. 5645 opens up the door to 5670 and then 5700. MP on the high. Tesla going up too. MP. Yeah, high ticker is almost fully gassed right now. There you go. That's looking good. Again, you still got like another hour and a half till Euro close, so you might get a little bit more. Those calls on equity, baby, there you go. And like I'm saying, no matter what fucking play, like, look at the amounts. I told you about the near the money play when I did it. Like, the timing, and then if you listen to what I'm saying and explore a little bit, you may get to find your own answer. You know what I'm saying? Well, that was fire. I got 50% on a big one. And then the other ones went up 25, the out of the monies. I got you, G. MIDU. Okay, I sold one of the closer ones. That pretty much made it mostly free. And then I still have the out the monies. Perfect. Perfect. I mean, the other ones went up good. You could flip those if you want and hold the original ones. They went up 25%. And then bonds coming down. It's about positioning, baby. Amen. Let them know. Okay, all SPY calls are green now. Morning plays green. In the money green. Double dip green. And again, I didn't tell you the exact plays, but you knew my timing and positioning, or when I made my position. But yeah, those are starting to rock now. Let it rock, let it rock, let it rock. Okay, almost that second set of in the monies or out of the monies, I'm selling. I'm gonna take 30%, and then I'm gonna hold the first one from the morning, and then I got one near the money for free now. After that. So like I'm saying, and then all these plays, we just took enough profit. If I do nothing and anything else expires, we can't lose today. And that's what I'm saying. So now you just ride it out, do your thing. German top court rechecks, stop debt break vote. Well, there you go. You ride the wave now. That's it. That's it. I don't know if you're super chat. I wasn't even looking, to be honest. Again, I was getting locked in on these plays, baby. I see Martin, big money, and Algo, low volume. Devin, patience isn't always about sitting, it's positioning. And then Carbo on me. Long term has helped me immensely. PTP, nothing but love. I appreciate you. Thank you. And I hope this helps you guys out, man. I hope you guys are learning, and, you know, some of you will realize I'm genuinely trying to raise the bar and standard and help you out. Those of you who are children are thinking I'm an asshole. But I appreciate you, for real. And that's what I'm saying. Let all of this training and listen to what I'm saying. I will make you get better at this. But there is rules we got to follow. Stay in the game. And above all else, I mean, you do know there is a winning strategy called the long term, baby. So just don't forget about that. And like I said, man, let's walk away with something. All right, I need to go to the bathroom now again. I've been drinking a lot of water, bro. I'm sick today too, bro. I'm like dying. You have no idea.
Less potent for, say, Microsoft, is more focused on
follow me on
enterprise,
Instagram at the
maybe
Trading
a little bit
Fraternity.
less focus for,
Real Cult News on
Meta
Twitter.
And Alphabet. Obviously, there's a correlation between sort of ad spend and just overall economic growth, so it's less of a consumer story. But I do feel like if there is kind of broader uncertainty, it is likely you will see, maybe a broader pullback here. I'm not so concerned about it from a revenue perspective outside of companies like Apple, which has already been struggling to see pretty robust demand for its latest iPhone.
That's Bloomberg's Ryan Vlastelica. Thank you so much for joining us. Meanwhile, Representative Biden Donalds is planning to introduce legislation today to codify an executive order that President Trump signed earlier this month, which established a strategic Bitcoin reserve and U.S. digital assets stockpile. Passing the bill would ensure that the reserve in the stockpile could not be eliminated by future executive action from another president down the line. This would protect crypto-friendly policy that President Trump has embraced. Katie?
And this year, traditional finance executives have also been embracing crypto and discussing business opportunities with crypto firms. That's a shift in sentiment towards digital assets, and it was really on display at the Futures Industry Conference in Florida recently. Bloomberg's Bernard Goyder was at the conference joining us now. So talk us through what the mood on the ground was, because I take a look at this market, the crypto market, and outside of just today, it seems like sentiment has been pretty bad.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the crypto market's really kind of coming back winter is coming, as we say in crypto land. But I think more broadly, there's some real structural shifts in this industry that bode pretty well for the long term in terms of crypto. So the main thing was that there were so many established exchanges talking about their crypto offerings. We saw last year the growth of these ETFs come on board. It doesn't feel like that it was that long ago before we didn't even have a crypto ETF,
Right.
and now there's crypto derivatives people can trade. So we saw one exchange, the Singapore exchange, a very established exchange, looking to launch. They haven't had approval from the Singapore authorities yet, but they're trying to launch some new crypto products, perpetuals that were famously traded on FTX. So it's a sign that maybe the party is going to carry on for crypto.
I feel
Vernon, I
high.
want to talk about some of the other structural
My head
changes
is
that
like
you alluded to just now.
low key,
Prediction
bro. I
markets
kind of
are
feel
really
like I'm
starting
lit
to
right
come
now.
up in this sector. And I'm curious
And it's
what
not
you
off the
see
stock market,
as
yeah.
the impact
I don't know,
on
it's
some
so
of these
weird.
newer players that
Bro,
they
my
could have
throat
on
is killing
futures
me, and
markets,
I'm
for
like-
example.
Yeah, well, there's markets are
I'm like
characterized
wobbly,
by
bro.
fear and greed, and I think we saw both of that on display. So I spoke to the CEO of Ninja Trader, one of the upcoming futures trading brokers, and they were really keen on these prediction market players.
All right. I have been chugging water. Okay, you're coming down a little bit. Hopefully you took some profits. The first plays are barely up to... Oh, actually, no. Quick! They're up 5%. I'm going to sell them real quick. We're going to reposition the... actually, no. Wait. Because if it goes down, those plays are going to die out of the money, and then you could buy them way cheaper. But if it breaks, they're going to hit. So do you get what I'm saying? This could be a reposition on out of the money calls. So if they drop now, they're going to go back below break even, and then you'll be able to get them cheaper. If it runs, you'll get another 10%. Yeah, it's already dropping. Some of you are already doing it, I think. Yeah, they already came down now. I whiffed it by telling you, I think some of you did it. The bid just dropped. Okay, let's see if it goes up though. I didn't sell. I was going to. You had a little window there. But it all depends on whether we melt or not. Thank you for the dedication. Thank you, my friend. All the real ones, bro. I love it. I want to see more houses, more long terms, and then that's it. That's all we got to do, man. The mission. Previous day high. I wanted to hold it. I was just what's it called? I just thought if it dropped there, I've been watching these premiums. I know what they're gonna do. And you almost filled the gap here. I think you did. Yeah, 560-ish. Maybe 561 or yesterday's high. Is that 565? Damn. TSEM on the high as well. It is holding. A high feeling will get bad if you try to drive. Dude, it's weird. My head is like wobbling. Only when I stand up. And like if I like walk around, it feels like I'm like just floating. Okay, coming down. That's it. That would be a reposition. So yeah, now they're going to come down to break even. The other ones are still up 40. Near the monies are great. They are great. Okay, he's holding TEM on the high still too. Take a break. No, this is fun. It feels like I'm trading high. So it's kind of cool. TEM's up 11. All right, you're bouncing back up. Those premiums are holding. Shit. So watch out. I did eat a bag of those fucking nerds the other day, man. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Bitcoin is. Look at Bitcoin on the high. And then 5, 6, 15, 30 more points. And then we melt up. Or we stop there. But either way, making my way downtown. Walking fast and it's long term. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Spoy. Yeah, the Morgan Stanleys came up a little bit. The other Nvidias are green, but yeah. Futures already hit. Yeah, again, I think SPX is there. 5615. So that was the previous high. You're at 5611. We're still holding. Let's see. Oh, I don't have a carbo. I need a carbo. Okay, hold on. Let me get a carbo.
A lot of the sell side is seizing onto, and that's why you see the shares reacting the way that they are. So your revenue forecast is now $259 million to $261 million. That is well above the estimate of just around $243 million. Where did this strength come from? What are you seeing that led you to this upgrade?
First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. We had a strong end of the last fiscal year. The Q4 subscription revenue, subscription ARR grew 39% year over year. And not only that, we generated $75 million of free cash flow in the quarter, and then we were cash flow positive for the full year. And I love our customers.
Zelensky now says we have a good chance to end this war quickly. I see that one on the wire as well. So, yeah, I don't know. Again, market likes it. He literally said the opposite earlier. He was talking shit about Putin, and then now that's a good turn. Remember, you opened up the first rally was on peace with Trump when he was saying that. Today's your birthday. 41, man. If your birthday was Halo 2, that's a big level, man. 41. All my Halo 2 people know what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, baby. My goodness. Amen. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, wait, you just came down. Bro, this thing's tweaking. It's yours too? 43. Wow. Well, happy birthday to all of you guys, man. I think we had a couple birthdays today. All right, well, they shook me out. I got out of the monies from the morning. 20%, the volatility. Okay, give me a sec. You want insight in the 80-20 or 15 piggyback loans, trying to avoid the escrow and PMI? I mean, you're going to, if you put low down, you're going to have that no matter what. Your escrow account is for taxes and shit. So I wouldn't, you're never going to avoid it fully. Okay, if this doesn't come down, we're going to get left behind on the calls. Now I only have the near the monies. Yeah, bro, the calls are going higher, though. It's holding. AVDX I do have. I made it free, though, remember? On that first film. Then I have a near the money. SPY wants to go, bro. It's holding, but I'm just being greedy and hoping I could get it cheaper. Because if I could get that cheaper, otherwise, yeah, they're going to hold up. I'll come back to them, though. The way they move, we could find a good one. That was great off the morning, though. I think that one might be one of the sweet spots. I'll show you guys if we have time later, because someone was asking me about the whole low down payment thing. Yeah, bro, I think I whiffed on that. I sold too early. If those go up, but if I get one red candle, I'm going to be able to buy all of them. Now I got one in the money, though. I'm literally in the money on one of my SPY calls now. So I'm just going to ride every dollar. Okay, watch bonds too. Trump nominee Oz oversees Medicare does not commit to opposing cuts to Medicaid. Cigna on the high. Yeah, Cigna's going up, and then that's it. They launched. They went up another 10%. So I got a good fill on my exit, but damn. All righty. Yeah, but this is looking more like the melt up. As long as these hold, you're getting the little bounces and holds. It's great. There's JPM, watch financials. Bro, we had an Ulta, but they're not going up. I whiffed on that. So dumb. W gift myself. All right, baby. You're running up. So every call has hit us thus far. So depending on whether you optimized it or not, you still should have at least an you have something. You had opportunity. Yeah, you're moving up. 5615 is still the same high. That's what's crazy because barely moving though. That's jacking up the premiums now. So again, the premiums keep going. I'm looking for a reposition. I'm just riding one more, but like I'm saying, you are getting this is a nice opportunity, but I don't know about buying here. I'm saying if you position at any of the other ones, you're riding the wave. MSTR. Damn, they're up 9. $17. Zelensky says Putin cannot exit this war because it would leave him nothing. Zelensky says Putin will try to drag allies into endless discussions, urges U.S. and other allies to apply pressure on Russia. Adabe. So that's going again. Everything's green now. NASDAQ and Russell up over 2. SPY up 169, and then Dow Jones 13. Hodl on the high. Bitcoin going too. I love it. Nvidia's kind of staying pinned. Tesla hasn't moved. This is everything else. So again, I think last time we checked, you had 450 names green. Let's see. We're 15 minutes till the half. 24 green on the Dow, 6 red. Those other calls are breaking out now. SPY 90, NASDAQ 100, 95 green, 5 in the red. SPY 460 green, 40 in the red. So yeah, everything's launching and green. Nivda. That's crazy. Seasonal bottom, maybe. I mean, we did talk about that. But then again, we've watched seasonality get totally shit on in 2023. But yes, if you watch the watch list, you know what we're talking about. All right, baby, you're moving up even more. That looks like a dub. That's it. I'm only holding my in the money now. But not bad at all. I want to go for an individual, but I don't. I think I'm too late. I'm shopping a little, but I don't see anything I like. Well, I think 56.40. That's it. You hit 56.40, we melt the fuck up. That's so. Even then, we're still 30 points off of that. So you got a large range. High ticker is still gassing. 30-second, 1 minute, 5 minute. Only the VIX on the low. VIX below 22 now. Or about to fall below 22. That's crazy. So again, that means VIX is giving up the last, 2 weeks? So that 2 weeks of fear is now dissipating, at least in options. SPY 561 now. You're launching. It's not even launching. It's just melting. So like I said, we're going to go slow. It'll have these little, stay pinned up here. That's what's going to kill the premium. Okay, Reddit on the high. I think a lot of things are going. Oh, yeah, where's our metas? I forgot about that. The metas are coming back. They're down. Those should be green. What? Is there something going on with Meta today? Why are these dailies so expensive? Interesting. Okay, you're making a move. I found an individual. Meta X dividend. I don't think anyone's fighting over it, but yeah. Either way, watch out for those though. And then SPY moving up. Again, you're getting melt. Look at the low ticker. It's literally stopped. And now Tesla. That I should have went for that one though. Low key. Nah, honestly though, those are already terrible. Okay, SPY go. Look at Tesla. I should have grabbed Teslas instead. I wanted them, but they were already jacked. But yeah, look at Tesla as an individual. Oh, there's a couple there, but yeah, they're holding way more premium on Meta. But SPY's still going, bro. That's it. That was fire. I hope you got one of those 3 plays from the morning, but either way, you were just working your way up. Nvidia going. I have a put that's down 20, but now the call is up 10. Not bad. Okay, now our metas are climbing the old ones. And then that's I'm waiting for the drop so we could reposition. I don't like those meta premiums. They're hoeing you. MSTZ. Monster, SPY still going, HP, you're now 2.25. SPY might even go 2% now. You're at 178. I mean, it's great for now. Not bad, Habibi, not bad. Bitcoin approaching 85. I mean, it's like we were just talking about the seasonal bottom, but unfortunately, it's either this ends up really good or really bad. I'm out. I'm out of that latest one. Euro closes in an hour, believe it or not. We're still on the old timing. Oh, excuse me. Morgan Stanley's. I mean, you're still working your way up. Tesla. Where's financial? Financials are killing it. That's actually really good on the day. Oh, I sold one of those Morgan Stanleys too early. The other ones are coming back though. And then Meta, like we said, we have the Meta short terms. They're really cheap, but they're not moving good. But then we have a little bit of Meta with time. And then there's SPY again. Oh, we should have held the other out of the monies. I have an in the money SPY call and I'm crying about it. But yeah, those out of the monies. That was good. That was sweet spot from the morning, bro. I hope you got those. Because again, like I told you, get tomorrow on all of them. Yeah, those are up 100% now. So yeah, you can make moves on all of these, and they'll take you into Monday. So think about that. Nvidia. Okay, there's Meta. Spy dancing around France Philippe to be new Canadian Prime Minister. Francois Philippe Champagne. Boeing lost its way in trust of American people. Transportation Secretary Duffy. And there's Tesla. I kind of like the Tesla better. Nvidia is barely moving. That's what I'm saying. The indexes, it's a broad rally. That's moving more. Take you into Monday. So we made plays that we got good prices because they don't have a lot of time. And you would think we were trading a play that expired today. But instead of going dailies, I was telling people to look at Monday plays. So then that way, the value you have, it has a little bit of time premium. Okay, it's your first little drop. No, but it's already getting a candle, bro. So again, I'm waiting for a good moment to reposition. Ulta's running. Now the plays might wake up, but they're not moving at all. Little scammers. I just got bad fill in the morning. Okay, not bad. I kind of want to try to play the downside, but if we get melt up, you need now a bigger drop. Otherwise, the only way the premiums will get cheaper will be time. So if the market doesn't do the volatility moves, you got to burn. Either way, though, he did good, though. He started off good, started off strong. We hit our plays. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. Where did that take us to? The Jack Reacher move. You watched it? Hell yeah, bro. 562. Another 20 points, though. Bitcoin still holding a dabe. Mark Carney is sworn in as Canada's 24th Prime Minister. Nice. Well, good work, Canada. That's it. So no more Trudeau. I swear all I've seen is Trudeau in Canada. I didn't know you guys had anybody else. Mark Carney formally sworn in. I made Zivra free already. So I made it free yesterday at like 8:20, I think. I just had a lot of shares. So I was able to get 100 free shares. But again, because that's been a few weeks already. And they had earnings. Where banks? Bank. Deutsche Bank on the high. Okay, that's your little reload. Even the premiums, bro, they gassed. I can't believe they're holding like that. So, again, you're still in melt-up mode. Again, bonds aren't moving. And remember, currencies led this move in the beginning. So, everything's already there. You got risk on with Bitcoin. So, yalla. I want those bank plays up higher. I had a good one. Oh, and then the Microsoft. Remember, we got rid of those puts. So the call's coming back up. They're still down. And then Tesla. See if Apple, too. Yeah, wait, what are we doing? Apple, bro. MSTR. They set the buy level. Well, yesterday we had a good watch list. We talked about what you should expect if we get a big downside. And then we've also talked about some of the upside. Yeah, everything's back up, man. Even the in the money plays, highest they've been now. You're running, bro. So that's it. Melt up mode and melt up. I don't want to say it's there. You need 20 more points, or maybe that's where we stop. But clearly the movement, these are the early moves of the melt up. You have the gap, meander for like 10 minutes, pop, meander, pop. If we keep doing that before you know, and you're already up 2%. 1.8 on the SPY, 1.4 on the Dow, 2.2 on the Rust, 2.2 on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ and Myrna, another coronavirus can spread. We're doing this again? Yeah. We'll take no. Pfizer, is Pfizer moving? Yeah, we'll see. Remember last time we got them on the China thing. So just watch Pfizer if that takes off. If it doesn't, then you're fine. Just watch short-term Pfizers if you're going to get any movement on that. And then SPY melt-in, there's Tessie. And then Meta's coming back up too, so we already have some of those. And then new high on the SPY, new high on every single one of the premiums, even out of the monies. So in the money, near the money, they all hit. SPY. And then there's NVDA. Go Meta. Go. High ticker is really gassing. That's not stopping there. Yeah, Pfizer's always a good one with value. Okay, none of them really move there, though. Just watch out if people go crazy. LTH on the high. Everything's on the high, man. You're rocketing. All right. 5624. Again, nothing has moved since. All the currencies kind of led the way. If anything, you're moving alongside Bitcoin. We're back. Well, maybe if just remember, we haven't had back-to-back green days. So anytime you got a green day, it would not finish green the next. But we could get a good Friday. That's good. Look at the 562. But like I'm saying, I think we get a little bit above there. We get into melt-up mode after all of the downside and the moves we've had. So be on the lookout. Oh, Meta's taking off now. Maybe we should have held those. Well, the other ones are there. U.S. measles cases surpassed 2024 total. So far, that's what it is. So, you know, Myrna, Pfizer, all of that, whatever that was, there's something on measles coming out right now. Beto 19. Pfizer. Well, everything's holding up. I like it, though. The bigger tech names are kind of chilling. Thanks for keeping electricity on. Me or Canada? Hard. Oh, I like it. It's a hundo in the morning, baby. I'll take it. I think all your plays went up 100% too. Amen. Yeah, measles coming back. Do we have to buy Pfizer now? Is that what they're trying to say? Okay, metas are about to go green. That's crazy. I sold out the other ones, but those might be hitting now. But the ones from yesterday are about to go green. They were up 40 in the morning. They hoed us. VIX is on the low now. $5,622. I just want to reposition, but it just won't. They are not giving you that move, bro. Netflix on the high now. And then there's Apple. ARLP. Just no bad. Okay, you're doing, like I said, you need like a straight drop and then we could reposition. Otherwise, if it just keeps doing these little drops and go up, the premiums are still going higher. It's actually terrible. But either way, you could definitely feel the vibe in the direction so far. You're up 2%. This is everything. It's not just big tech. It's a broad rally, but we still need a little bit more. Okay, bonds are getting a candle. Italy prepares to veto powers on ST micro board. Everything went up right now. Again, there's like 50 names that are red. But every index is like 95, 99% green. Like, no exaggeration. But remember, we were just on a 15% sell-off or 10 from the record highs. Okay, metas are green now. I should have held the other ones. But other metas are green. You have old NVIDIA's green. You have NVIDIA puts red, but the call should have made up for it by a lot. And then, yeah, that's it. Arco, Snowflake on the high. Pfizer not moving on any of those. Or Myrna. So that one's going to be a dud. Apple moving. I like Apple. It's only 8:30, dude. That's crazy. Okay, high ticker keeps getting. Apple is really running. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why Apple's waking up right now. Check news on that. SPY wants to come down. But yeah, Apple's starting to launch. It's really early. That's what I realized. Zivra's even going up there too now. Yeah, there's volume coming in on Apple. I don't know what it is. Italy, veto, no. Unless they come up with a good tariff headline. Watch if NVIDIA, though. Okay, now that the NVIDIA puts one down, $40. Which isn't bad, though, comparatively. And you're still going up. Oh, man. And yeah, Apple just took off out of nowhere. I don't know what it is, but that's kind of big. And then remember, they've been one of the underperformers. Yeah, bro, you're just going up. I want to take profits on the SPY, but I'm just like. So, yeah, now NVIDIA. I got some good plays now moving. All right, I need to go to the bathroom again, bro. I know, a lot of water today. Now Microsoft, too. Remember, we sold those, the puts the other day. I have a NVIDIA put. I'm debating closing it or holding it, but it's not depreciating. But then I'm like, if we drop, that'll be good. But then I have everything else. And then bonds going down. NVIDIA now taking off. Look at Apple, though. That woke up out of nowhere. I don't know if it'll be the most hated rally, but expectations are a bitch.
companies. I attended one.
All right,
that
follow
was
me
in
on Instagram
Detroit
at the
with,
Trading Fraternity.
VW and
Real
Lear
Coach
and
on
Caterpillar
Twitter.
and a number of other ones. And
I love you.
The idea there was to get people on-prem quickly and teach them how to use it and have it sell itself. So that was what he was referring to with untamed demand. They can't keep up with it. They just didn't have enough people to sell it. So that's something that will be interesting to continue to track.
That was Bloomberg's Lizette Chapman. Thanks so much for joining us. Still coming up, Miriam Rivera of Ulu Ventures joins us to talk about why the firm isn't pulling back from DEI-focused investing under the Trump administration. This is Bloomberg.
Fuck you, Bloomberg. What?
Does this continue? And really kind of two things. One is, what kind of ROI are NVIDIA's customers getting on the money they're spending right now? And then secondly, the level of conviction that that spending, the CapEx, is going to go up in 26. That's really what people want to hear.
Are you above or below consensus when it comes to their 25 margins?
Well, we're above with regard to the 25, 26 with regard to earnings. For margins, they've had a little bit of a downtick. Again, it's associated with that new Blackwell ramp. So generally what happens with NVIDIA is when they launch the new product, gross margins come down a little bit. Management's guided that to be back up in the back half of the year when the new Blackwell becomes more mature. So margins we're pretty comfortable with.
Chris, great to see you. Thanks. Chris Queso,
Great, thank
Wolf.
you.
When we come back, Alphabet's the latest company trying to escape regulatory scrutiny in the name of AI innovation. We'll get a closer look at the tech industry's playbook when it comes to the Trump administration in a minute.
I just see it ripping from here. Yeah. What's good? We took some profits and then we're holding them. And then, yeah, there were some good ones. There were some good ones. All right, where are we? Maybe we end at the point. Maybe we end at the melt-up zone. But yeah, 5629, like I said, 5644. That's the part. That's what we need to get. I've been saying that since the AM, so it still is the AM. But yeah, we got to get there and then see where we're at. Intel's weird. It just keeps edging up, but yeah, it has to go crazy. And then banks are up. That Apple move is big. Everything's green now. So again, I mean, it's been green, but even some of the older play. Where's that Microsoft? Microsoft's still down 9, but again, we got rid of the put, so who cares? That will be good. I'm waiting. That's it. We just ride now. We either melt up. I am tempted to take the in the money one, but it just keeps climbing. But then I might hold the in the money until I can reposition to an out of the money, but there's not been an opportunity to do so. SPY is literally on the high. Now you have Boeing. Did they come down? Dude, that call even from, if you held that Boeing call from Monday, it's up over 1,000%. I did not make that much on it, but that was fire. Bro, and then Apple, that one was fire. That was great. It's a slow grind, but that's why it's just it's going to be hard to reposition. MA, MasterCard, now K-Web in China is selling off. So I don't know what this is. So now SPY's going up, high tickers still gassing. You're doing the melt up CRISPR around ways to reduce stem cell regulation. Vertex and CRISPR. Okay, there it is. You got your first little candle. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to be afraid. I will reposition. I will get a shot. I'm out of the in the monies. Those are up 100. But that was a great gain. That was expensive. And then I'm going to get rid of some apples. I bought them earlier today. I didn't tell you guys. I stream alerted it. But they went up 30 or 40. So, yeah, I made the apples free now, too. All right, we're good. I have no more SPY plays. I need to get more. No data came out. We had the consumer sentiment. Was a little confusing there, but yeah. Algo machines purchasing is 93, the highest in 6 years. Every day it's been over 75. Never seen anything like that. I'm not too familiar with that. I know about the CTAs and all that, but yeah. Either way, a good move. I think we spotted it early. I think the consumer sentiment got in the way, but yeah, bro, we had some great plays there. So you should have it. I still got a couple in play, but yeah, we've taken good profits now as well. You even have an NVIDIA. That one's still up. No down Friday, down Monday. I don't think so. But see, if this comes down more, then we could really reposition. Trump meets oil executives on energy dominance agenda next week. Putin, Venezuela has offered lubricant fuel to help Russia. Dude, those 570s was crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I need a bigger drop. Otherwise, I'll wait now. Maybe I should take a nap. We did good. Where's Apple? That was a good one. They came down. Docu still running. There's NVIDIA. Meta. Those are coming back down now. All right. We will reposition, God willing. Otherwise, we're done. But we killed it, dude. I'm telling you, that morning right there, you at least, there was like 300 percenters at minimum. And then the other plays, but I like that a lot. We need the now you can look now, the out of the monies came down, but they're all very, very elevated, unfortunately. And then there's NVIDIA. Oh, I have two NVIDIA. Where's Tesla? I haven't made a Tesla play. They did good. Premiums ran. Iran? Did they Iran or did they run? No? Okay. I got one for you. I got a ghetto play. This shouldn't hit, but just in case, if you don't want to feel naked, I have one. Cheap. Very cheap. Low quality. But if it melts, we'll be hooked up. I don't post the plays on here anymore. We stopped that, but you could hear what I'm saying. So I did do a play, and I'm telling you, I took a lower quality play to make sure. Right now, I'm waiting for a reposition, but I grabbed a lower quality play on the SPY to make sure I had something just in case. Otherwise, you need the stream alerts. I didn't make any Tesla plays. No. We made Apple free. I still have the metas. I didn't do shit with those. That one's been playing with my emotions. ELP? Like a different elf? All right, look at the bonds. I don't know about TLT either. That could be another one, but I haven't looked into that since the morning. Alaska governor says expects to start LNG project within 4 years. In Florida? Yeah, I need a deal in Florida. That's why I was there last time. I have a guy, a good friend of mine, trying to buy a lot out there, but yeah. So if you got one, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Stream alerts are first link, and there's free long-term alerts as well. Niceville? Oh, I don't know where that's at, but yeah, email. I'm down. I'll take a look. I will take a look. All right, watch the bonds. Again, we got a cheap ghetto play just in case, but I've taken all call profits off the table now on the SPY. I just got individuals, Apple, Meta, NVIDIA, Microsoft. And I'm both ways on NVIDIA. My puts are down. Those puts didn't go down a lot, though. That's what I'm shocked at. You would think that run would have killed NVIDIA puts. They didn't. So I made a couple 100% between all those calls on the SPY, and then I got NVIDIA puts at the same time, but they only went down 20%. But then everything else ran. So I like those. That's what I was saying. I was debating on getting rid of them or not, but kind of glad I have them. Back in it. Good luck. You have Alaska governor headline. That's it. The VIX at 22, but so that's good if it stays there below now. Now this means you could buy the dip, but if we close back at 25, I mean, once again. Well, today's a broad move, though. So whatever, I don't think you're going to get a signal from like Staples or anything. Everything is up. You literally have 95% of all indexes in the green. So it's not going to, it'll be hard to get a read until we like halfway in the day till things start breaking down. But for now, it's all there. You cleared 1% of my account from those? Nice. You're using profits for long term? All right, man. Be wise. Don't give it back. Don't give it back. Hey, it came down a little. I just took profits instead of buying a put. But this is still looking like a melt up, you guys. It's not. This is what I'm saying. You could kind of reposition, but that's why we took those ghetto plays. But I don't think it's going to. It's not bringing down the premiums. They're coming down. I sold those other ones at 40 something. They're at 50, but it's still up. That's what I'm saying, even from the morning. Zelensky says Putin doing everything to damage or sabotage diplomacy. So again, his comments have been back and forth. What time? It's almost 9, so 30 minutes till Euro close. And then again, bond still holding, SPY holding. You gave up a little bit, but I don't think anything's changed much. You don't even have any other headlines. Again, a couple here and there on the war. Venezuela, Russia relations are mature, says Maduro. Maduro expects to sign deal with Russia on economy and energy in May. Okay, there's your little pop. Oh, where is gold? AXP on the high. Email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Oh. Where is Bitcoin? That's weird. Oh, no, I was looking at gold. The gold, yeah, gold came down. And then 5,625, you're 5 points off the high. You're moving up again. Those premiums are jumping right back up. The ghetto plays, I don't think they moved yet, which they're not intended to. Again, I only bought those just in case we fall behind. Like if it keeps melting up, then they'll pick up like the other ones, but don't rely on those to do that. On Apple's an interesting one. It was kind of leading with the market there. I made a play on it earlier and it worked, but it's still, I think Apple, it's kind of been the first day. Remember, I don't think Apple has had a green day in March. Something like that. Again, SPY's still holding though. This is kind of good though, because if you get a big drop now, burning time, this is good if it could lower premiums. Otherwise, just take it easy, be patient. If you already got good plays, I think you got good positioning. Just be smart with it, and then if you want to play, you got to wait till the door opens. Or again, individuals, that's what I did. I couldn't find any other plays while we were melting, and then we got an Apple. But so if you can't find an index one and premiums are high, maybe look for individuals. Again, you're just going up right now. High ticker is like fully gassed. SAP, if you want that German. Oh, these kind of suck. Okay, Meta's back up. All right. Whoop. Google popping now. So Google's up 1-3. There's your boy Amazon. Yeah. So now you're starting to move back up there. Next level of 50, the one I said from the morning, 54. 50, or we need 56, 45, 44. I think that's where you either melt up or we're done. Oh, JP Morning run up. JP Morning. Yeah, hold on. You got your pop there. I just did another play, but I even said I'm going to probably just flip out of it real quick. Yeah, I'm not as confident in it. And I'm already watching premiums get washed. That little pop there, that gave you a lot of bids, and then whoop. Bid and pull. Trump about to go live? Really? We don't have any comments. We had some earlier. Again, peace and war should be the topic, if anything. And then he said, was it banks or farmers? I know Mehmet Oz. Mehmet Oz kind of looks like Powell. Now that I think about it. Doesn't he look like Powell?
The rule and fund accordingly.
Did he do this on purpose?
Thanks, Dr. Oz. I want to talk about Medicare coverage for new technologies.
Bro, my mom used to watch Dr. Oz in the morning.
During President Trump's first
term, that back in the day when I was in like high school, my mom would watch Dr. Oz, bro. I know this guy from my childhood. He looked like Timu Powell. He never looked like this. I think it's the gray hair.
TSET rule, which provided a pathway to expedited coverage for a limited number of innovative medical devices. However, the rule requires new clinical evidence for eligible devices, which can be duplicative for innovative technologies that have invested in robust clinical trials. The question is, would you consider addressing this limitation that the Biden administration placed or create a coverage pathway for innovative devices with existing strong clinical data?
Senator, yes. I think we lose a major opportunity when we create ambiguity
This is trippy, bro.
in how devices
It looks like Powell.
not just
I
created
swear he
safely,
never
but
looked
also
like this. This is
marketed
weird.
wisely. And so the gap between when the FDA says this is a good product that can save lives, and when the American people, beneficiaries of Medicare or Medicaid programs within the states, are able to access those. And I'll use the Mitra clip as an example. The Mitra clip, just as a reminder, was the device. I wrote a patent on it early on, but it's a device that was created with smart engineers and eventually received CE mark, which is European approval for sales in 2008. It took 5 more years for the U.S. FDA to approve the device.
Hey, there's Meta. We should have held those other ones. I got one set still,
and
but
save money at the same time. But despite that fact, it took another 7 or 8 years for CMS to fund patients getting this device if they're dying.
Okay, you're still near the high, but we haven't melted past it.
We wasted a lot of money. We maybe lost some lives because of it. And all because we had a regulatory apparatus that was not transparent. I believe we can do better. And to your point, we should make it easier for industry to create life-saving tools by aligning when the FDA approves a product with when CMS begins to fund it for beneficiaries, because that's our job, to provide the best quality care to the American people who are on Medicare, Medicaid chip, and even the exchanges. And these tools should be used.
Appreciate your expertise in the area, Dr. Ross. I want to shift gears here and talk about Montana rural health. And yes, I did pack that elk out, and yes, that is a workout to pack an elk out when you quarter it and walk miles back to the pickup. I believe rural health is a key component of America's healthcare conversation. It's really important in my frontier home state of Montana. Its distance, its weather, workforce shortages, service line erosions are just a few of the difficulties we face in Montana as they try to access health care. Given the challenges of rural health care, how could CMS support the expansion of telehealth services? And I recognize telehealth is not just one silver bullet.
Hey, yo, check Teledoc.
Tool in the overall tool chest to help us provide better access.
I don't think anyone's listening to this either.
Ensure that health care can be more accessible.
I'm just tired.
To rural populations.
Well, as you know, this House has the Congress has a responsibility to extend telehealth widely throughout the nation, as it was during COVID. I think part of the opportunity for telehealth is to link it to large institutions in those areas. So an institution, a big one, let's say in Salt Lake City, might be able to be a telehealth partner to a rural health clinic in Montana. So it's not just that they pick up the phone when you call. It's not someone in another country far away that's answering the cry for help. It's someone from an institution that knows your protocols. Maybe they've shared theirs. You have a simpatico, a relationship that goes beyond just what's on the streamed-in signal. And that is how we'll build telemedicine, telepsychiatry, which is for mental health services, vital in places like Montana, especially where we have many people who are suffering from undiagnosed mental health illnesses, and there's no place to go in a consistent fashion to get those therapies. It is a major focus of mine, and if confirmed, it's one of the areas I think we'll be able to make major inroads because there are no opponents to this.
Yeah. Dr. Oz, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Oz, welcome. I'm sorry I've had to go bop in and out, so I haven't heard all your testimony, and sorry if I repeat. A number of years ago, I held an event in Oshkosh with about 2 or 3 dozen doctors, and I just very open-ended question. I said, what is your evaluation of the biggest problem we have in medicine today? And to a doctor, they stated Medicaid. And I was shocked. It's not really the question I'm asking right now. If I have time, I'll get back to that. But I did want to talk a little bit about Medicaid because I think one of the problems we have here is we keep referring to Medicaid as one thing, but it's really Medicaid, and then it's Obamacare. Okay, and so I think all of us want to help people who can't help themselves. We certainly want to provide health care for disabled individuals and moms and children. We want to help people. We don't want to cut their benefits.
NBR.
But Obamacare, when it arrived on the scene, all of a sudden we're paying more for single, able-bodied, working-age adults, and from my perspective, that has allowed states to really game the system. with provider taxes, all those types of things. When we met, I didn't talk about my budget ideas here, how if we take a look at pre-pandemic spending levels and inflate them by population growth and inflation, we could be saving a lot of money because we're spending a lot of dollars above and beyond what we spent in the past, plus inflation. Let me just give you some numbers on Medicaid. Obama in 2014, the first year of Obamacare, total Medicaid spending was $301 billion, and $24 billion of that was the new Obamacare. Inflated, that'd be $431 billion. This year we're spending about $600 billion. The last good year we have for spending is 2023, where they break out, and that's a problem too. You can't get information. You know, my staff had to get quarterly and add them up together to figure out what the Medicaid expansion, the Obamacare, was in 2023. It was $131 billion. So it went from $24 billion in 2014 to now $131 billion, and what would be inflated from Obama's number, 431, we're spending about $600 billion. So I kind of want you to just comment on what has been the impact of Obamacare, Medicaid expansion, and anybody who is concerned about disabled children having access to Medicaid ought to be concerned of this new benefit.
Listen, if that disabled child supports Donald Trump, I have zero sympathy. What? That's what I learned this month. How about you?
To maintain benefits for disabled individuals and people that Medicaid was truly designed to help. By the way, with a shared responsibility, so states would actually control the process. Because right now, too many states.
How about Medicare? You ask them who they support politically.
Too many states are gaming the system and could care less about eligibility.
Apparently, Nancy Pelosi will not clap for a kid with cancer.
$dollars for illegal immigrants, for example.
So,
open up to you.
You trying to tell
Senator
me?
Johnson, I think I could probably start most effectively where you started, which is those physicians speaking to you about what they were most frustrated by. It is a concern to me that doctors don't like Medicaid because they don't get paid in their minds. And because of that, they try to avoid getting Medicaid patients. So most physicians will take care of a certain percentage of patients in their practice for free. It's a calling of the art form. Historically, doctors always took care of patients who didn't have resources for free.
But then we also have the Stark laws, right?
And there are Stark laws that can also limit the role that they play in owning facilities, but there's a whole separate discussion point that I know we've touched on in the past. But the ability of physicians to take care of people who don't have resources, which is partially compensated by Medicaid, is not infinite. And so when you expand the number of people on Medicaid without improving the resources required for those doctors to take care of those patients, you stretch resources very thinly for the people for whom Medicaid was originally designed.
Hey, you're dancing around, but bonds are trying to move here too.
Pregnant women are vulnerable.
But a lot of things are starting to chill. Like we've been doing this for like 30 minutes now.
Don't have resources to dual eligible populations. They cannot
56.30.
So we have to make
and gold trying to climb. So see if it does what it did last time. Bonds going up. Rubio recognizes Ukraine issue continues is difficult and complex. Reason to be cautiously optimistic on Russia-Ukraine, says Marco Rubio.
Other senators as well, is to ensure that we have wise, effective modernization approaches to deal with the numbers you just highlighted. Because the rapid expansion of required monies for Medicaid is far beyond what was ever envisioned when the ACA was originally passed. And it's one of the areas we can do better. On the other hand, Medicare Part D, the pharmaceutical part of it, the drug component, that's actually done better. So there are ways for government to do this well.
Yeah, it feels good about the G7 joint statement, Rubio.
Is nihilism, is a lack of hope that we can fix what's going on at CMS.
A lack of hope.
I am very confident, and I do believe
tell him, Dr.
that we have a generational opportunity
I like hope.
Seismically shift the way we deliver healthcare services so that we don't have the highest mortality rate for women delivering babies amongst the top 50 countries in the world, that we're not having folks falling through the cracks wrongly, immorally in our system. And I think being wise about those maneuvers can allow all of us to proudly stand up and say, we are the great society, and like all great societies, we take care of our most vulnerable.
Well, thanks for your willingness to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member. Dr. Oz.
I don't know.
Good to see you
Trump
again.
is
Thank you
supposed to
for
go
taking the
live
time,
soon,
to
but
visit with me in my office, and
I don't
welcome
see
to
it.
your family. Let me start with this question. There's a couple, man and woman. They're married. They have a daughter. They're both working hard every day, but their daughter has a rare disease. Unfortunately, the only way they can afford her medical care and treatment is with the help of Medicaid. Would you think that this couple should be taken off Medicaid?
As you describe it, no.
And that's a bulk of the people that I hear from every day that need Medicaid. It's not what some of my colleagues are talking about, these people milking the system. It is true hardworking families that need help, because you've said it earlier, healthcare in this country is just too costly.
You bought
There's not
Meta?
enough access. It's not affordable.
Why not
and
take
we've got to do a better
20%
job
off?
of addressing it. But until we do,
Because you could get
we
UPS
can't
for
kick
80% off.
people to the curb when they
You
need
get
help
Pfizer
their
for
kids in
80%
this
off.
pla-
You
in
get
this
Intel for
instance.
80% off.
Let me
You
also
get Target
address
for
something else
50%
here,
off.
which I just find offensive
That's
in so
why.
many ways. As my
careful.
colleagues looking across the aisle at, I see two of my colleagues sitting between me and Ben Ray. Would you?
Oh, Whirlpool, yeah.
I don't even know if my colleagues know this. Do you know how many Medicaid fraud units actually exist in the states to go after Medicaid fraud and prosecute for abuse? You don't.
I don't.
So it's in, so you should know, because there are 53. There are 53 Medicaid fraud units. They cover every state, District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And in 2024, they recovered $1.4 billion in fraud. Now, granted, most people, and I have not even heard this from my colleagues, that fraud was
Rubio will
provider
reconvene
fraud.
after
That was
Witkoff
provider
returns.
fraud.
Trump has options.
So
I don't think you're
going to
get any peace deal this weekend.
Abuse and fraud.
Or this today.
But let's be
So if you
real
thought there
here
was some
in
of that
how we do it,
optimism,
and make
I don't
sure
think
we're
that's
not
going to
kicking
happen.
This couple and their needs for their daughter off of Medicaid because we have some concept which is false about.
I think the melt up could continue, but we're definitely chilling out for now.
I also want to jump back here real quick. Senator Langford, he has concerns about nursing homes closing in rural America. So do I, absolutely. In rural Nevada, I have concerns. But I also like to note that cutting Medicaid the way that my colleagues and Republican leadership want to do, which they are proposing, would also close nursing homes in rural America, including in Nevada. It would close hospitals, and it would close clinics. So that is something we have to keep in mind. And the reason why I bring this up is because, like Senator Langford said, in my state, if they don't have it in rural Nevada, they are driving 4 hours to get it somewhere else. That's ridiculous. And that's why I support your conversation around telehealth. I think it's important. Senator Daines and I support it together. It's bipartisan support. We need it. We need to make it permanent.
GD expands AWS partner.
And one of the things that I want to bring up is the ACA tax credits. We currently have in Nevada the lowest uninsured rate in our nation's history, thanks in part to the ACA marketplaces, which helped over 24 million get coverage last year, many with tax credits to lower their premium costs. If Republicans refuse to work with Democrats to extend these credits, costs will skyrocket and people will lose coverage. In Nevada alone, 85,000 people could see hikes or thousands of dollars, forcing them to drop their insurance. And the health insurance market will destabilize. So Dr. Oz, if confirmed, do you agree that Congress must extend these tax credits to prevent massive premium hikes and coverage losses for working families?
Senator, if confirmed, I need to learn more about the specifics of how much additional resources are required and for what parts of the system. But directionally, I like the idea of having transition programs to get folks who are able to work but are on Medicaid for whatever reason. They have a family member that's ill, they've fallen ill and lost their job and lost their insurance. It's wise for us as a nation.
So now you could get back to those spy calls I sold at the same price.
To programs where they can actually
not the in the money. That one just came down with it, but the out of the money ones from the AM, the first
Can I
ones.
stop you there? Because now your assumption is that it is people who are not working that are accessing Medicaid. And I just told you there's a good segment, over 66% or more, that are actually working and getting
this benefit.
I say so a little lower. All those plays are going to come down.
As you go back to study
The in the money
this
will
issue,
still hold,
and
but
I would
yeah.
want you to study
Even
all
then,
of
that
the
one
facts,
dropped too.
because we don't want to harm people that we are actually providing an essential benefit to, and they are working. They are working. My time is up.
Into it on the high. What's this?
Senator Tillis.
Yo, into
Thank you,
it.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Oz, thank you.
Expensive. Why is this popping up
We spend in the
3?
office. How many members you meet with?
I met with every single member except Senator Sanders, who I caught in the elevator coincidentally yesterday. So, but he's been on my show, so I had met him before.
Oh. Well, I appreciated the time. I thought we had a very good discussion, and we covered most of the topics that I needed to convince me I was going to support your nomination. You and I spent a fair amount of time geeking out over organization change.
Say geeking
Give me
out?
an idea of how you're going to spend your first 90 days.
Your advice actually I took to heart, and it was directed.
Yeah, I don't know what's
at
going
the
on with
large
Into. I got a
organization.
5-cent
so
one,
there's,
but
first up, the whole broader idea of what's the shared vision? Where do we want to head? And as a group, if we can get people excited about their jobs, they'll show up. Not just show up physically, but emotionally. You also cautioned me that I should look beneath the leadership to what people in the rank and file, maybe 3 or 4 levels down, are thinking and saying about the organization, because they have remarkable wisdom and often.
yeah, there's your Raul, baby.
Officials.
Hey,
There are
man,
almost
I think we
7,000
did
people in
good.
CMS.
I
it's a
still
lot
got
of
the
folks
calls
that
from
we wanna
yesterday
talk
that
to.
are up,
CMS has
but
another interesting
those are
dynamic,
flip. I still holding
which is
another
it's got
put
about
there on
40,000
NIVDA.
contractors that it does the work through. So we want them
What's
to
good?
feel
I
the
think we
same pride
maximize some of the
authorship
profits on
for
the
what
upside
comes out
too.
of CMS. We want them to believe that the charge they've been given is a sacred one to take care of our most vulnerable. And because it defines who we are, it's something that we cannot skirt in any way.
I think you can be an enabler, and all of my experience with enterprise transformation, the best ideas came from the organization, not consultants. We just got their recommendations elevated, and then we created sustainable change.
Okay, the 570s are now gone. Or they're back to the original price, right around there.
To get the best of all the ideas inside of the agency. It's counterintuitive. I do have a question for you. If confirmed, as we're going through and trying to do all the enterprise efficiencies that the DOGE effort is after, when you're confirmed, I strongly believe that Senate-confirmed leaders of agencies have to be at the helm. They have to be the ones. It will undermine your ability to manage your organization if they think there are two different ways or 2 different bosses, for example. DOGE makes a lot of sense, but pretty quickly, all of that has to be operationalized in a way that you, the leader of CMS, can manage and execute. Do you agree with that concept?
I agree. I'm a heart surgeon. You don't go to the OR with 2 surgeons. One person has their name on the chart. It's an ongoing discussion point at Columbia that in your time of need, you don't want to be surrounded by intellectuals. You want to be surrounded by people of action. So one person goes in there when there's a bleeder, they decide what stitch to place, they put their finger on the hole, they deal with those issues because they're the one that's responsible to the family.
When I was Speaker of the House in North Carolina for 4 years, and I had a lot of people coming up to me recommending health care, proposing legislative fixes. I told them all the same thing. Don't come to me unless you have an idea for obviously maintaining current outcomes. But unless you have an idea that reduces cost, improves outcomes, or increases access. If you have one of them, I may be interested. If you have 2 of them, you've definitely got my attention. If you have 3 of them,
yeah, he's a real doctor, I think, even though he played one on TV.
We worked on the Medicaid program in North Carolina. We did not allow Medicaid to get expanded under Obamacare when I was there because we had to clean up the mess that I inherited. And then the subsequent speaker did expand Medicaid, and I think it's working pretty well. I did have a question on, there were a couple of people, by the way, I complimented Senator Whitehouse on ferret, being after you like a ferret. We all need to be after you like a ferret. I used to have a ferret named Garrett. Actually, I just realized I got a staff named Garrett. But I like the analogy. We need to be after you because it's
I have a
interesting
ferret?
these questions that are being. Everybody's frustrated with Medicaid, right? Everybody thinks we can do some work on Medicare, but this has been a bipartisan failure to really modernize and make leaner and put more money in patient-facing operations. We've got to have less money in all the plumbing. And so I just want a commitment from you. Within your first 90 days, would you be willing to host a meeting on your turf with any of the members of the Finance Committee that would like to see your vision for enterprise transformation for CMS?
Senator Tillis, I would welcome the opportunity to host members of this committee and other interested parties. In fact, I need your help. And let me just speak to one issue, as you brought it up, and your expertise historically had been enterprise transformation. There are probably 150 people who control healthcare in America, and they don't really want anything to change. This is not an accident that we're here. And Senator Marshall, I could.
Well, I'm going to be sensitive to everybody's time, but that's why I'm going to give you a copy of this book. Do you remember this book?
Yes.
I'm going to give
are not meant as hostile moves.
It's called Who Moved My Cheese? It's a story of a maze that you're going to find yourself in.
Everyone,
CMS.
I've seen that one.
And there are two types of people that are going to be in that maze. Sniff and Scurry, who were the mouses who figured out where the cheese was and they embraced change, and Hem and Haw. They were the little people in the maze who just resisted any idea of change. But ladies and gentlemen, all the frustrations we have, whether Democrats are in control, we're complaining about it, or Republicans in control, they're complaining about it, are structural problems where we need to set politics aside and enable a leader to fix it. There have been capable Democrat nominees and Republican nominees that were never given a chance. So we want to move the cheese. We want to produce better outcomes. We want to do it at a lower price point, and we want more people to have access. And clearly, anybody who needs Medicaid should be on it. The only thing, we're not talking about caregivers, we're not talking about sick people, we're not
Once
talking
trade
about people
baseline
with
is
diagnosed
reset,
behavioral
U.S.
health
can
problems.
engage in
We're
bilateral
talking about
negotiations
people that we
for
do
fair
want to
long-term
provide
trade
Medicaid for,
arrangements.
if they
Rubio.
can't afford it, but work so that they actually get the benefit and the freedom that comes from a job. That's all we're asking about. All these other things are
Okay, this
insane.
could just be a pop that
probably
leads
only
us
talking
lower,
about a
or
single-digit portion
this
of
could
the
kind of build you back up to
population.
the lower
And
end if
we
we're
keep
still
on playing those
in
games,
melt-up zone.
We're going to have a problem. I hope you're there for change. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
God bless you, sir. Macy's flushing.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, my favorite.
So, Dr. Oz, if confirmed,
So,
you would oversee
Dr. Oz.
Medicare coverage for more than 66 million Americans.
Everybody
Now,
just
nearly
knows.
half
They
have
all
traditional
smirk when she
Medicare,
starts talking.
Where the federal
You know
government
that too? Every
provides
time they're all
healthcare
like, great.
coverage directly.
Wonder what's going to
The other
happen
half
now.
are on Medicare Advantage, where the federal government pays a private for-profit insurer to administer the health benefits instead. And surprise, surprise, the privatized Medicare costs a whole lot more. So
They all just
let's
do the
talk about
smirk.
the top
They all
trick
just look at her
that
and smile.
Medicare Advantage
They're like, great.
insurers
You're cute.
use to gouge taxpayers. Upcoding. I understand Senator Cassidy started on this morning, and I just want to dig a little deeper. In Medicare Advantage, taxpayers give insurers a set amount per patient. The more diagnoses or the more codes the patient has, the higher the payment. Now, in theory, this covers higher costs for sicker patients, but insurance companies get the money for the codes, not actually for the services they do or don't deliver. So Medicare Advantage insurers have figured out that if they
TGTX.
can add a bunch of fake diagnoses that they don't actually have to spend money treating, they can really boost their profits. One example, last year, the Wall Street Journal identified 66,000 Medicare Advantage patients diagnosed with diabetic cataracts who had already gotten cataract surgery. Now, that is, as you know, anatomically impossible. So, Dr. Oz, insurers pocketed an extra $178 million.
Okay, if this could break above here, it looks decent.
Thanks to just this one fake diagnosis. Does that sound like Medicare fraud to you?
Senator Warren, I appreciate you spending time with me in your office. The answer is yes. It's
Good.
anatomically impossible. And I'll give you one more example.
Okay.
Which is sending someone to your home, which you brought up. In the
What?
office.
Are you agreeing with
If you're
me?
going to say it, I won't say it, but you pointed out something that's very real, which is if you send someone if an insurance company sends someone to your home, there's probably a reason for it. And so if they're doing ultrasounds to look for minor atherosclerotic plaques, which is not really something that needs to be treated, and most Americans have, it's primarily done to upcode you, which has two problems. One, it's cheating because you're able to charge more for those patients, but then people who truly have limb-threatening peripheral vascular disease, who have that box checked in their care, those companies insurance companies don't get paid more. Those doctors don't get reimbursed more for doing what is ethically correct. So it doesn't just help the scoundrels who are stealing from the vulnerable. It's actually hurting the people trying to take care of those vulnerable populations.
In fact, let's talk about how bad that upcoding is that comes from the home visits. HHS Inspector General found that in 2022
Hey, hold on. You're still just holding here.
United Health
Slow,
used
baby.
these home visits to add about $2.3 billion worth of diagnoses that led to absolutely no treatment. And I take it you think that sounds like fraud as well.
We are, I think, as an agency, aware of this. I haven't been in there yet, but if confirmed, this will be one of the topics.
MP on the high, too, materials. I saw that one moving earlier, yeah.
I love hearing this. So upcoding is a scandal. And overall, we know that Medicare Advantage overpayments cost at least $83 billion in a single year. So $83 billion, remember that number.
Okay, coming down.
Last month,
it's all, I wouldn't even
Republicans
say
in the
coming
House
down. I just
passed
like,
a budget framework
you're in this
that
like, what,
sets up
10-point little
$88
bouncy
billion
range,
in
which was the
annual
first
cuts
time
to
we
healthcare,
broke out on the day
Medicaid
and then
funding
led to the
for
other
seniors
highs.
in nursing homes, and for people with disabilities who have a home health aide and more. So, Dr. Oz, I have a simple question. If you had the choice, would you rather cut waste, fraud, and abuse by a Fortune 50 health insurance company in Medicare Advantage, or cut funding for Medicaid, which covers half
This
of
was
all
all a
seniors
long-winded
in
way to
nursing
clap
homes
Elon
and
Musk.
1 in 3 of
I just
America's
realized
children.
it. I was like, wait, why is
My goal
she?
is to improve the healthcare
I'm
of
confused. I'm like,
American
why
people,
is she
and as
speaking
you
normally?
create the argument,
And
the
she's
former
bringing up
House of
without the
International
dramatic. I'm like, there it
Appreciate
is.
that. You know, I am
There
happy
it is.
to work with Republicans.
That's
to
like
go
when your
after
girl, like, you
waste,
know,
fraud,
she
and
trying to,
abuse.
you know what I'm
But
saying?
let's cut
Like
out
your
waste,
girl
fraud,
mad,
and
but then
abuse
she like
where
hella
it
nice.
actually occurs,
Yeah,
like
that's what it was.
upcoding in
I was like,
Medicare
I actually liked it. I was like, you know,
Republicans
Elizabeth,
cutting healthcare for
when you're not
seniors and
talking
for
about
babies
shit you don't
and
know
for people
about,
with
you're
disabilities,
kind of decent.
while the waste
But
and the fraud
yeah, I
just
figured it
roll
out.
right along for a multi-billion-dollar insurance company is sickening, and I will fight that every step of the way. Thank you, Dr. Oz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome. We are delighted that you are here and look forward to having you move out of this committee, be confirmed on the floor, and get over to CMS and get busy to work. You have quite a job in front of you, and I appreciate the time that you gave when you came to visit with me. As we discussed, changes to healthcare delivery, transparency, electronic health records, all of that is not going to happen here in D.C. It's going to happen
coming
in
back down the
places like
bouncy
Nashville,
ball,
Tennessee.
going
And
lower.
individuals that are
Again, it's all very small, but
entrepreneurial in
just
their
see if
new
any of the big
starts
tech
and their
names start
companies
moving
that are
again. But everything
addressing
calmed down. We sold the
so
top
many of
perfectly,
these
so I'm glad.
delivery
We played
and
amazing
access
today.
issues. And as you've heard, there's great frustration with Medicare, Medicaid, the fraud that exists. There's frustration with entities like CMMI that can't do their job, and they need to either get to work or they need to be shuttered and that money used elsewhere. And there is frustration with coding. I would remind my colleagues
Yeah, Euro.
that it
No,
is the
oh yeah,
American
it is
Medical
9:30, bro.
Association that supports
So yeah, here is your up
them
close.
that is responsible for coding, and it is time, I agree, to simplify that system. And I know you have thoughts on that, and I look forward to your being able to tackle that issue.
Senator Blackburn, I enjoyed our visit, particularly highlighted the reality.
Rubio,
that
expect
everyone should
more
be aware of,
student
that Nashville has
visas to be
become,
revoked in
the
coming
healthcare
days.
finance capital of the country, with a lot of very innovative souls making major advances in healthcare. We want to empower those kinds of
Short
companies to
gold,
start
oh, that's
playing a
all you.
role
I don't.
with the development of better services
I'm not messing
for
with
Americans
Peter Schiff and
also
the
cost savings,
conservatives.
for the
That's all
American
you guys.
people by building a better mousetrap. To do that, they have to know where we're headed. The first thing you
Shack.
learn in hosting, whether it's a
Shake
television
Shack
show or
Pop,
a
it's already
garden
up 4.
party, is telling your guests where they're going. And I don't think CMS
Check
has
Shake
done
Shack?
that
What is this?
adequately. I'm hoping that if confirmed with strong leadership, we'll be able to message very clearly where we need help and where there are opportunities for us to do better. By engaging the private sector wisely, I think we can challenge some of the incumbents get some wise insurgent ideas to be seen and tested. CMMI has a history of failed projects, but I think with strong leadership, it will do very well.
Well, let's hope that they do. I do want to talk with you about the low wage index. As I mentioned to you, we've had 16 hospital closures over the last decade in Tennessee. 13 were in rural
China
areas.
names flipped.
The first Trump administration put a fix on this, and then the Biden administration let it expire. No guidance, no direction, and it was like our rural hospitals just had the rug pulled out from under them. Can I get a commitment from you that you will indeed address this disparity?
You have my commitment, if confirmed, to address broadly what we have to do with rural health care in America. It's not just hospitals, as we discussed in your office.
Shake Shack's still going. There might be an investor day.
300-bed hospitals built in 1970 that
you don't like
really
Shake
shouldn't
Shack?
be a 300-bed hospital anymore, even though it is the only place to get care in that area. We have to provide a better solution for the people in those areas, a financially viable one for the community, and one that actually protects the state coffers. If Medicaid is consuming a third of the budget in Tennessee, which is approximately what it is doing, it's crowding out schools, it's crowding out infrastructure, it's crowding out services that are valuable for folks around the state, and we're eating ourselves from the inside out by not dealing with this wisely.
And you've heard several of us mention Medicaid funding and concerns there with the fraud that exist in Medicare and Medicaid programs. And every time someone defrauds one of these programs, whether it is on providing care or receiving money that is not theirs, it really hampers the ability to get care to people that need it. Another area of fraud that we've noticed is the non-U.S. nationals that are crowding into the program, and individuals that are illegally in the country that are receiving Medicaid benefits that ought to be going to U.S. citizens. Will you work with us on cleaning up these roles and moving them out of the program?
I look forward to ensuring that the determination of Medicaid eligibility is done accurately and honestly. Same for Medicare. I saw an article yesterday highlighting what California
accurately and honestly,
taking money from federal coffers to fund exactly the programs you're describing within their state. It's
still going. Shake Shack. I have no idea what it is. I didn't even look for a play.
American people, because we're all in this together.
Thank you. Yield back.
UBS Global Conference. Yeah, that's what it usually when I don't see a headline and it moves like that.
Dr. Oz, and to
there's
your
usually
family,
some meeting.
for joining us. And I want to just note thanks to my colleague Senator Blackburn for her focus on rural hospitals and rural health, which I is a concern that I share. Dr. Oz, I want to talk a bit about artificial intelligence in healthcare and technology. You've expanded on the many potential uses of AI and technology for delivering healthcare. And, I agree that we need to make the best use of technology to improve access to high quality care. And in fact, I think we learned a lot from the pandemic in terms of, for example, advances in telehealth. And that is important to not forget those lessons. But so I'd like to spend my time just getting a better understanding of your thinking on the role of AI and healthcare delivery. So let's start with this. Let's start with how health insurance companies are using AI to make decision about prior authorization decisions. Could you talk a bit about that? How do you think, or do you think that AI should be
Adobe
used
again,
in
where's
prior
Ulta?
authorization
And
decisions?
MP.
Senator Smith, I enjoyed visiting with you, and thank you for sharing some of your ideas.
Intel is holding the 24. It's trying to do something,
AI
but
can be used for good,
it's
or
been
for
chilling
evil.
there.
And it, to a large extent, depends on who's using it for what purpose. I think AI
Can the market turn around? It didn't turn around to begin with.
Pre-authorization.
So you've been going up. I mean, this hasn't changed the momentum. You stopped a little bit, but as long as you don't start hitting more and more new lows, this is still kind of holding a melt up with a wider range. Bigger candles and volume on Intel right now.
3,000 procedures. So if you switch insurance companies, you may move from one that used to pre-authorize a knee replacement.
Europe is closed, 4 minutes
ago.
ago.
I would argue that to use AI wisely, we would make a decision, which is we're only going to pre-authorize 1,000 procedures. Everything else just should get done.
Bitcoin took a little drop there. We came down, but Bitcoin moved more. Currencies kind of moved.
Back to what you said earlier, which is that we use pre-authorizations too much. And I think I heard you say that earlier. And what
Euro
I want
trying to
dive
go
in on
up,
this a little
pound
bit
is
more,
already at the
because
low.
there have been reports and lawsuits that have alleged that AI has been used by 3 of the largest Medicare Advantage insurers to determine how long patients can stay in hospitals, denying those claims, kicking people out of hospitals or even out of step-down clinics when they're not able to take care of themselves at home. And this is a big concern. I think my view is that a human needs to have a final say in these decisions that insurance companies are making. And I'm wondering if you would agree with that.
I agree with you, but if I can add just one more layer.
We're not really up for
Conversation in your
anything.
office.
That's
I
it.
think
They're
that
blaming
we should be using AI
oversold.
in the
Finally,
agency
again, you just
to be able to
corrected.
tell what
But
insurance
there's not
companies are
really
doing
any
with their
driver.
AI.
I mean, the consumer
best way
sentiment
to
was
detect,
bad.
bank
But
fraud
if you
is
look
not a
beneath the
person looking at whether
surface,
that
it
fraudster's
highlights
going in to steal
independents
money, because
are a little
most
bit
of us
more
aren't thinking
worried.
about fraud,
Conditions
so you're not
dropped a
very good at
little.
detecting it.
Bad news
So
might have
if
been
we
good,
see
but
that there's
other than
something being
that,
done, for
I
example,
nothing. I
inappropriate
genuinely
use of
believe this
AI
is just
or inappropriate
oversold,
denial of
leading
services
to
with
either a
AI,
bounce
we
until
should
we
be
get a
using AI
headline
within the
or
agency to
a
identify
government
that early
moving.
enough that we can prevent it, and we should do it real time, not 6 months down the road.
Use it as a tool to address
Okay,
whether
you're
an insurance
running. If you
company
could
is
get past
using
here,
prior
good. If not, you're
authorization
dead.
appropriately.
You get past here, like I said, you're still right back in meltup mode. And you have Euro out the way.
To push back when they don't think it's right.
So here's another
Dana here,
example in the
DHR.
time that I have. You've talked about using AI to augment
It is.
care,
It's very
especially in
subjective,
Medicaid, where we
oversold.
have
That's why,
serious
long
shortages
story
of
short,
mental
you
and
sold
behavioral
off a
healthcare
bunch.
providers, I
You're
think.
bouncing up
Dr.
today on not
Oz,
really any
how
real
should
driver. Call it
AI
whatever you
programs
want,
be
but
deployed to
I don't
support,
think there's any. You don't need a
patients
reason.
that are experiencing mental health challenges?
But there's not like we had a
After I
big
was
catalyst.
nominated,
There
I
was some
started
peace
spending a
talks.
lot of time
So that was a
looking at
driver in the
technologies
morning,
just
but
to
that's about
understand what
it.
could be the future.
Could call it a dead count
And
bounce,
after meeting with a
oversold,
lot of the
tech.
leaders
You could
in
also say
artificial
this is
intelligence,
historically
and seeing a lot
the
of different
seasonal bottom.
demonstrations, I can
So there's a
attest
lot
to
of
you
answers,
that
but
we are months away,
remember
not
what I
years
keep
away,
telling
from
you.
having AI tools
You are
that
not
can have
out of the woods.
conversation with
So whatever
someone
the
that you
fucking
care
answer
about,
is today,
pick
it
up
doesn't
subtle
really matter
details about how they
because we're
feel
still in the
emotionally
woods
about
on
a
Monday.
problem, whether they're going
Do you
to
understand?
with dealing with it. Do they really
So this is
understand
just
what the
movement for
doctor or
now,
nurse
but
told them? All of
take
this
it how
will
you
become
please.
part of the fabric of how we expand services. And this is not about removing doctors. I agree with your first premise that humans have to be involved, but an internist who's capable with decision support and a little bit of help from AI dealing with the intake could see twice as many patients. I'm making that number up. We don't know that for sure, depending on the severity of the illness, but see a lot
I
more
know,
patients.
bonds are staying chill. High ticker is gassing though. So again, you're above this level. If we hold, this is very good. You're back up into the melt-up zone, and the premiums are reflecting that. U.S. situation is starting to move Putin. Let's see what comes out of it. RGC, this ran up yesterday.
Providing social and emotional support and even representing themselves in one case as a real licensed mental health providers when they're not. And we have documented that some of these bots have actually encouraged, in some cases, suicide or self-harm or even violence. And addressing this misuse of the technology seems to me of grave need to our society.
It doesn't look like news, but it's moving up though. You got another set of names doing their thing. Watch if Intel goes, and then big tech, obviously. Google's popping.
Congress will have to
Amazon, like I said, you could have held those if you wanted, but I got out of them.
Could help a lot of Americans and certainly will help the provider groups, but we have to be able to put guardrails around its appropriate use.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, Dr. Oz, Lisa, family. Thanks for being here to support your husband and your dad.
I'm dead.
It means a lot to us.
Okay, let me go to the bathroom.
Yeah, they're still here. So welcome, Dr. Oz. Just a kind of a big picture question. Why did you go into medicine, and what are some of the highlights or the most rewarding parts of your career?
I don't think there's a joy greater than looking a patient in the eyes and recognizing, both of you, that you're there for each other, that nothing will get in the way of you providing the best care possible. It's not that there won't ever be problems, but you'll be there emotionally supporting them. And if you've been gifted with teachers, as I was, that could educate me about how to take care of patients, you get to watch them get better and feel a joy inside your heart that can't be matched. I don't believe in another field. That's why my son Oliver, this one over here, is going into medicine. I think it's why I went into medicine, because I saw my father go into the hospital and do things like putting needles in people, which that looks painful, but the patients would smile and thank him for it, paradoxically. And that's why I think it's also appropriate for physicians, as you have, and other physicians on this committee, Dr. Cassidy, to enter government, because we're trained to tell people things that they need to hear, but aren't pleasant. But that's how you get the system to work better.
Thank you. You know, everyone's giving you advice up here. I get to give you one piece of advice. You need more nurses at CMS. Nurses solve problems. They understand where the patients are, so encourage you to more nurses. But beyond that, my grandma always said, if you have your health, you have everything.
Health is
And
your
America
wealth.
doesn't have her health right now. 60% of us have a
I don't know,
chronic
but I think
disease.
Trump is going to be talking soon.
Several
It's
people
moving like
pointed out
something
this
a little
country's spending
more,
multiples
but you're
more
doing
than
this
other
again, so
countries
watch
do
out.
to take
These
care
candles
of
could still lead
sick.
you to another low. Don't get confident.
not enough
But if this
sick
holds
care
up,
out
you're
there to
you're
save
right back
Medicare
in
and
melt up
Medicaid.
mode.
You
And
I
like you
came
said,
here
we're
to
10
save
points off of my
Medicare
level,
and
20.
Medicaid, but part of that is
So
making America
it's
healthy
repeating
again.
this, but this could
So
also
that we
mean
don't have to
something's
do as
brewing,
many
and then
heart
bonds are also
bypasses
jumpy.
and give
It's
as
odd.
much, insulin and diabetic type of drugs. What is your prescription for America? How do you work with Medicare and Medicaid patients to help America become healthy again?
If I ask beneficiaries about Medicare, most people don't really know much about what we could do for them. They know about the payment issues, but they don't appreciate that the incentives around the payments drive a lot of the decisions. You know that because in your practice you saw that firsthand. But it is remarkable outside of medicine how it looks like an opaque
Yeah,
box.
Meta
If we
607 is a tough
incentivize
spot.
wise moves by patients and their providers, their doctors, nurses. And I agree with you, the acting administrator of CMS is a nurse. So
This is a low of the
capable
melt-up
hands
zone.
if
Just watch the
something
bonds.
happens to me.
Currencies are doing good,
But
though. Euro
the
and
deeper
Mexico moving up right now.
promise that we should all be making to America is we're going to make it easy for America to do the right thing when it comes to their health. Some of these decisions are not difficult. Some of them need to be simplified, and some of them need to be reminded frequently. And Senator Wyden and I had spoken about this a little bit, the idea of giving incentives to patients.
Big
is
VIX
an
on the
idea
red.
that I think is a worthy
Premiums
one,
just
especially
jumped.
Medicaid beneficiaries. If people don't
It's
feel
still slow, though.
like it matters,
It's a
what
lot
they do,
slower
they
than the
don't think they
morning.
have
But again, if
agency
you
over
get
their
up here,
future,
that'll
that
just change the
they're
look of it
getting
all.
up in the morning doesn't really make
Again,
the
you
world
could
a
get up
better
to the highs
place,
here.
then,
This
they're not
this
gonna
change,
take
like I say, and the
proactive
momentum
steps to reduce
is
their
still up.
diabetes or another action that would dramatically reduce their life expectancy and their cost to the healthcare system. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to do this, and we should be innovative and explore ideas. And I think there's an ecosystem we can build together to engender that kind of enthusiasm from people on the outside of medicine who want to make it better. We have got to challenge the incumbents in the system to have new ideas bubble to the top so we can pick the winners based on competition.
Yeah, we're not going to save Medicare and Medicaid unless we make America healthy again. I'm going to talk just a second about
Yeah,
maternal
everyone keeps
care.
saying low volume,
We
but
came to this
25 million,
body,
not bad.
the other
But
side
it is
of
3
the
hours
Capitol,
in.
and people were talking
So
about
let's see if we melt
mortality
or
then.
not.
We were seeing a big spike in it, and I asked people why, what, how come, and we didn't have an answer. So thanks to my A-plus staff, we funded a study, and not surprising to me, the number one killer of women, pregnant women delivered that year after is actually suicide and fentanyl poisoning overdose. We don't need to study it more. We need action.
Okay, watch it. The bonds go
Access,
down. That could
early
help,
access to
but
prenatal care
then
would be
again,
the other
SPY and
action
bonds have
point
kind of
as
moved
well.
hand in
So
hand.
look forward to continuing to work. Half of our patients, half the patients I delivered were Medicaid patients. They need access to care, and we also need to stop the flow of fentanyl. My last question, though, speak briefly how price tags and healthcare savings accounts turn patients into consumers again, and how that might actually help save Medicare and Medicaid.
The high ticker still has gas,
Senator,
though.
I
Look at the
appreciate
short-term
your leadership
momentum.
in the Make America Healthy Again movement, both in the Senate, but also outside of the Senate, being an advocate for it years before it was in vogue. There's a lot we can do with health savings accounts. We could even investigate new ways of using them. Maybe they should be part of your estate and passed on to your children, because so many families don't really have anything to pass on. It would incentivize behaviors even at the end of life. But I think there's an opportunity for us to give consumerism, give the power of the purse back to the American people, especially if they're beneficiaries on Medicare, and let them make the wisest decisions they can. They got to that age by making some good decisions. And so we might as well let them keep going.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Oz, as I shared with you, New Mexico now has 33 people with confirmed cases of measles.
That was
Cases
today.
have now spread to a new county in New Mexico. One New Mexican has died. of
Check the
measles, a
Pfizer
child.
ones, remember?
In West Texas, the South Plains of Texas, 223 cases. Child has unfortunately died in the state of Texas. My question is simple. Yes or no, do you believe the measles vaccine is safe?
Yes.
Yes or no, do you believe the measles vaccine is the most effective way to protect against infection?
It is, but if I could mention, as we discussed last night, and I think it's important to remember, CMS really should not be opining its own opinion or sharing its own thoughts on vaccines. Our job is to follow the rules. So if the CDC is making decisions about the use of a vaccine, and that's what's agreed on by the experts there, my job, if it confirms, is to make sure we pay for those vaccines. Seniors and
Oh, it's so, look at this.
Now, my colleagues and I have written twice to the Secretary of Health and Human Services to do more to address measles. There's not been a response. The same question asked of you today, if confirmed, would you respond to letters from members of this committee? I appreciate your strong response. Yes. Am I surprised the American people that Senator Kennedy or Secretary Kennedy said the same thing? So, Mr. Secretary, if you're watching today, respond to the damn letter. People are dying. I'm going to get back to the questions, Dr. Raj.
Okay.
The next question I had was
okay.
how many people need to die before the administration takes it seriously. I'm not going to ask you that. But I would like to enter into the record an article from The Atlantic detailing the story of a Texas father who just lost his daughter to measles, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Now, Dr. Oz, I believe Medicaid is on the chopping block because of the Republican budget. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask to enter into the record the Republican budget resolution which passed on February 25th, 2025, a letter from the Congressional Budget Office March 5th, 2025, and an article from the Kaiser Family Foundation explaining the congressional budget letter from March 7th, 2025.
Without objection.
Dr. Oz, I'm going to give these to you because you were asked a question earlier about cuts to Medicaid.
MFC?
And I believe your response was something along the
What
lines
is this,
of not being aware of what
Manulife?
House Republicans did. Here's some material to read that explains what just happened. So I'm going to share this to you as well. That's why I entered into the record. Now,
Putin, Ukraine
Dr.
troops
Oz,
in
rural
Kursk need to
hospitals
lay
are in
down
dire
arms and
straits.
surrender.
We've heard from Democrats and Republicans today. Now, they rely on Medicaid to stay afloat. Now, yes or no, do you support Medicaid cuts when they will lead to rural hospital closures?
I don't want rural hospitals to close unless we have a better option. But if I could offer a thought here, this is a good example where maybe there's an innovative approach that might work. I have been talking to hospital systems, and one idea that comes up in rural systems is they don't feel like they've got a partner that maybe is a larger academic center or a bigger institution that might have resources for them to do best practices exchanges. So imagine a rural hospital in central New Mexico, maybe around Mesa Verde, where you actually can have a partner that's in Phoenix or Salt Lake City or Dallas, and that could be your partner hospital. So when you need telemedicine services, they're there. They're not just there, digitally. They've been there. They know the institution. They know the people. They develop a camaraderie that allows them to thrive. We have to revisit how we deliver rural care in America. We can't depend on 100-bed hospitals that do one delivery a day to provide state-of-the-art care. So I share your concerns about losing these institutions. I think we should look at additional alternatives to make them strong. But Americans in rural areas, and I have heard it, even in my office visits from every single one of the senators in large rural constituencies.
So Dr. Oz, I'll ask a follow-up to Dr. Cassidy's question.
Oh,
Or, I'm
XY,
sorry,
dude, I
to
keep
Senator
forgetting
Joseph's
that one.
questions, in conversation. Dr. Oz, will you stand against
They had that
changes
borrowing
that will
thing.
lower health outcomes to the programs that you will oversee?
Yes.
Should physicians or insurance companies dictate the care that a patient receives?
Okay, give me a sec.
I'm sorry,
Should physicians or insurance companies dictate the care that a patient receives?
Physicians.
I appreciate that. I agree with that. Yes or no, will you continue to defend Medicare drug pricing negotiation programs in court?
It's the law. I'm going to defend it and use it.
Yes or no, will you commit to the process of negotiating prescription drug prices in Medicare?
I'm going to look, as the president has instructed me to already, for every single way that we can reduce drug prices. And there are lots of options available. I feel compelled to pursue every one of them.
I'll ask you one more time because I think I heard it, but I'll give you another chance. Yes or no, will you commit to the process of negotiating prescription drug prices in Medicare?
Senator, it's one of many approaches I want to use.
I appreciate it. I thought you might say yes a second time, but it's not yes or no from you. That's fine. Yes or no, do you believe that healthcare decisions, well, I already asked that one, Dr. Oz. Look, as we get through all of this,
now
I have a
it's
series
going.
of questions that I have put together, not coming into this committee for, based on Senator Hassan's questions. I'll submit them into the record. I have a lot of concerns in these spaces. I won't get to it now. I appreciated having a conversation with you. I'm very
There's
concerned
Intel and the spy
of this back and forth of my colleagues saying that they're going to not cut Medicaid or cut it. When
Premiums are going up, but not as much as earlier.
Those are the realities. And as I,
I did a
shared with you,
double
Dr.
dip
Ross, one thing
earlier
that
and
I've
I
learned
flipped
about
out of it.
Washington, D.C.
So
the
I'm
way
still
that this
only
place
holding
works
the
better is
cheap
when
ghetto
people
ones
keep their
now.
word.
But yeah, the
People are
premiums now
honest.
they're going, but it's
The
still
American people
lower.
want honesty.
Premiums are
If
way
it's bad
lower
news, they'll take
than
it.
even like right here
And they're
or
gonna be
right here.
stronger on how they're going to respond to it. But when they get lied to and they think something's coming or they're going to be protected, or a mom with a kid with cancer thinks they're going to have care and then it gets taken away like that, then what? Just own up. If that's what you want to do,
just
own up to it and admit it. But stop lying to the American people is what I keep saying to all my colleagues, anyone that will listen. God bless you and your family. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. Dr. Oz, welcome to you and your family. Congratulations.
All right, yeah, now those other double dips took off.
I enjoyed our conversation
Damn.
the other day and finding out the
I got
frames that we have
15,
in
now they're
common.
up at 30.
My home state, Dr.
That was good, though.
Oz, the state
Every
of
play's
Georgia
hitting,
is
though,
not
man. So
only
you still
one
got
of
these
just 10
opportunities. They're
states
just
in the country
slower.
that still has not
But now you're back
expanded
in the melt-up zone.
It also has the dubious distinction of being the only state in the country where the limited number
Intel is
of
going
families who
vertical
do
now.
qualify for Medicaid
Honestly, I think the only
are
chip
required
maker
to
breaking out right now.
complete bureaucratic paperwork to prove that they're still working the minimum number of hours to get health care. State officials call it Georgia Pathways to Coverage. I call it Georgia Pathways to Nowhere. The program is allowed under the state's Medicaid waiver, which is up for renewal this year. And if confirmed as head of CMS, you would be responsible for approving or denying the state's application to renew this onerous paperwork requirement. Dr. Oz, I'm not going to ask you to prejudge the state's renewal application. That wouldn't be fair. You need to see it. But since you would oversee Medicaid if confirmed, yes or no, do you believe that families should have to complete government paperwork?
Yeah, now those plays are up
month
50. Fuck.
to prove that they're working?
I literally
just
sold
to
them
get
right
health
before
care
it
when
popped.
they're sick?
Senator, I appreciate.
No, they were
your
just
question. I
the
enjoyed
premiums are
visiting with
lower,
you.
but now
My wife was-
anytime they just
went to
gap
Union
really
Theological
crazy
for a
once you
while,
start breaking out.
Different time than you. I brought her as a support staff.
Good.
to make sure.
That gives me comfort. Yes or no?
The answer to me is I am in favor of work requirements, and I don't believe we should allow.
Do you think a family should have to fill out paperwork every month just to get health care?
I don't think you need to use paperwork to prove a work requirement, and I don't think that should be used as an obstacle, a disingenuous effort to block people from getting on Medicaid. However, I believe we would both probably agree that there's value in work, and it doesn't have to be going to a job. It could be getting an education. It should be showing that you want to contribute to society. Frankly, you could volunteer at Ebenezer Baptist Church, where I did a show with you once. That would, for me, fulfill the requirement.
This is interesting.
Never get any pushback from me about.
Okay, spy going up. There was a double dip, bro. We took it. I just sold out mad early there. But now they've all gone up there.
Very often they can't get back to work in Georgia because they can't get the health care. Let me give you an example. There is a woman in Dalton, Georgia that I got to know a while ago. Her name is Heather.
Okay, new high.
She's a traveling
Yalla,
nurse.
Habibi. Oh, no, about to. You're not there. You're actually 1 point off. I think SPY hit a new high before SPX.
Sometimes she didn't. She was among those folks who were in the gap. She couldn't afford private.
A couple of staples are moving. Intel on the high as well.
Enough to get conventional Medicaid. So her health challenges and the unpredictable nature of her work as a traveling nurse made it impossible for her to meet Georgia's onerous work verification requirements to get Medicaid. She found out she had had a series of strokes. She had to save the money to see a neurologist, and then she found out she'd had a series of strokes. Took a long time to be able to afford to go, and now she's in the gap, and she can't meet Georgia's onerous work requirements. Do you think Heather Payne, a traveling nurse who spent her career providing health care to others, do you think she deserves Medicaid or not?
Yes.
Thank you. I agree with you, and since we agree, I think that the Medicaid waiver that you will be responsible for reviewing, I think that Medicaid waiver, in fact, I know it, it says that Heather does not deserve Medicaid. Let me tell you about another Georgian. Amanda left her 2 jobs in New York and moved to Warner Robins, Georgia, to become a full-time caregiver for her 84-year-old father, Thomas. Taking care of her father has become a full-time responsibility for Amanda. He's 84 years old. She's taking care of him, which means he's not in a nursing home, by the way. She's taken on that responsibility. But with all of this, she doesn't have time to hold a full-time job that meets the state's strict work requirements, and she has no income to cover her own health care costs should she get sick. Dr. Oz, do you think Amanda deserves Medicaid?
From what you're describing, yes. These are the opportunities we have to make the system better. If we both agree that people should be trying to get off Medicaid if they can, we should be able to create a system where we can track that, because there's the twin paradox, which I think we touched on in the office. 2 brothers are.
You haven't hit the high yet, but you're literally half a point off. Bitcoin recovered again. Currency still the same. 2.5 on the NASDAQ. It's not bad.
Doesn't bother working because he'll have the exact same coverage if he doesn't work. We want to make both of them want to move up the ladder. Like every small businessman, what's their goal? To become a big businessman.
So look, you and I have the basis, I hope, for a meaningful conversation. Georgia's pathways to coverage is a roadblock to care. They've literally gotten, 6,000 people, I think, the last time I checked. And we got over 500,000 people in the gap. So I'm gonna give you a softball. If you're confirmed, will you work with me and will you keep Amanda and Heather in mind as you consider whether or not to renew Georgia's waiver, which I think is filled with unnecessary and onerous work requirements, paperwork, filling out paperwork every single month. Will you keep these 2 people in mind? That's the question.
Heather and Amanda should be in all of our minds, and many others like them. I look forward to working with you. Maybe if you'll invite me down on a Sunday, I'll come to church with you.
Thank you very much. You're invited.
He's like, I don't really take my church seriously.
You can't preach, but you can come.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Dr. Oz, and welcome to your family. The big concern I have about our healthcare system is it costs too much. It's a real disgrace that we spend the most and get the least. I mean, so many other countries, with all the problems they may have with their healthcare system, citizens are not
Warnock.
anxious about
Warnock is the reason you have $2 trillion added in 2021.
Here, that's
Warnock and the other dude.
And
without them, Biden wouldn't have been able to fund the other $2 trillion bill. Do you guys know that? There was 2 states, Atlanta, and I forgot the other one. And without those victories, they would not have been able to issue another $2 trillion of government spending that stoked inflation.
For a family plan for their employees. They can't afford that. And it's
Go
brutal,
look it up.
obviously, on individuals. So I believe a major responsibility that you would have in your job would be to fight the excessive charging. I'll ask you a little bit about pharmaceuticals, but you said you're going to pursue that. In his first term, President Trump said he favored a reference price for drugs. So, we're paying 3, 4, 5 times for the same drug that they buy in Canada or in Europe. Would you support reference pricing so that we don't get ripped off compared to everybody else, even though we do the research?
Senator Welch, thank you very much for taking time to meet with me before this event and for that question. President Trump has been very clear that he wants me to reduce drug prices, not just that the government pays, but also for beneficiaries. International reference pricing is a way of doing that.
All right, here's what I think we all need. We have got to get a fair price, and it's not a fair price when we're paying 6 or 7 times what they're paying for the same thing in France or in Canada or wherever else, okay? So I'm just gonna stop here, but say that is absolutely top of mind. President Trump has indicated a concern about this, and I hope you follow through. Second,
TNXP.
Medicare Advantage, it sounds good, but it's an incredible ripoff in some cases.
Trump picked
The
Dr.
Wall
Oh,
Street Journal
never mind.
did a expose.
I was like, hold on. I thought it was a Trump quote because we're still waiting for him. I think we're going to hear from him at 12. It's already 1, though. Damn, the day's kind of flying. It's already 10.
Advantage to have a person seeking Medicare Advantage to have numerous diagnoses that really didn't necessarily require treatment. They provided doctors and nurses with checklists of possible diagnoses their patients, and they paid them bonuses for completing these checklists. So they'd pay a doctor or a nurse more if when they examined me, they found more things wrong with me. And this resulted in about $84 billion excessive overpayment in Medicare Advantage plans. These practices, it's going to be your job to crack down on that. Are you going to have any tolerance for that kind of ripoff from our insurance companies?
No, I think you've identified a place where a system which was, in theory, a good one. Medicare Advantage is a community health focused effort.
I understand that. I just want to stay, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to stay on this.
I think you did mean to interrupt.
We cannot afford to have the healthcare system be taken over for private profit when it doesn't provide good service at an affordable price for
Baker Hughes rig count coming out, new high.
Upcoding.
I sold another set of calls way too early, but we did good, bro. This was another. We only had one bad day this week, man, and we realized it quick.
All right, you're a very nice person. I don't want you to be nice when it comes to dealing with
damn,
us.
yeah, those killed it.
All right, so put that nice guy stuff behind you. That's Oprah.
I'll be surgical.
We need a fighter. No, I'm serious about this. We just can't afford this. Another.
Is this the capitalist Bernie Sanders? What's going on?
One of the things that you said is that
okay, melt up mode.
Free from corporate ownership.
So new high 5632. You're 8 points away, and like I told you, if we break out from there, there was the double dip. I called it out. I made a play on it. I went one, or I just sold it out. So here is the one before I showed the 570. It came down to 50, and I bought it. I sold out at like 68, 67. So I got a decent amount, and then it just that's going to be the melt up one. And these are all for Monday too. And then we have the ghetto plays too, the cheaper ones that are way further. And those are just holding the same price now. So we won't get left behind, but we've gotten good profits though. In the monies, out of the monies, every play hit. I only have NVIDIA puts that did not hit, but we're good.
I'd like to make is you
and
point out,
Ulta,
doctors
but
who used to be generally
I don't know. Maybe we'll
free
get
of corporate
lucky.
Ownership,
No, I don't think we will.
Decade, the doctors that are free practicing.
But yeah, there's your melt.
70% to 30%. So now most doctors are owned by a large insurance company, a hospital system, private equity. We have to have a mechanism to disrupt the incumbents. The only way to go after the big guys.
Whoa, big red.
People who are willing to put money into initiatives.
Please hold.
That could conflict with their or go after their.
I don't know if
business
there's. I don't see a headline.
Private equity is one of the ways you can do that. Yes, it can be misused. Absolutely agree with the point that it's been abused.
Well,
but this is an opportunity too.
All right, thank you. Here's my hope.
Hold on. I'm not seeing anything.
Now, but we've got a starting point.
It could just be like the fucking random ass rug pull. Premium's already dropped on the puts though. So hold on. Don't get too jumpy. Just look at the premiums. They had the little pop and drop.
And having lower drug prices. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you.
Nothing's really moved. France says France should ask the European Commission to remove American whiskey.
I enjoyed our office.
Witkoff, we will respond to Hamas if deadline passes.
About your nomination and the general approach.
Okay, put premiums are still low. I don't know. Don't fall for it yet. You have a Witkoff comment. And then France
looking at the
to
big
remove
picture
American
before you
whiskey
dive
off of
into
the list.
Details. And one point of emphasis of yours, and I know of others in the administration, is making sure that we get a hold of chronic disease more effectively. We have Americans that just for too long have not been getting the right care at the right time, and it makes our country unhealthy, and importantly, it also makes our health care a heck of a lot more expensive in the end. So if we just do things more smartly, as opposed to the way it's always been done. Because
U.S.
there are
envoy presented a
entrenched
bridge
interests.
proposal
We
for
can
ceasefire. Now I'm
make
getting
people
ceasefire from
healthier, and
Witkoff.
we can spend
I thought he was
less
going to be
money
talking about Russia.
on the things that could be done.
But yeah,
a
that
lot
little
more
rug
efficient.
pull, I
So
think
I'm
it
just
was
gonna
more of a
ask
rug
you
pull than
about
anything.
prevention
I don't think it
and
was
chronic
like,
disease
I don't think that's going to
and
develop.
What reforms, if confirmed, that you think we should make to existing
Witkoff
federal
proposed
programs that
extension
you'll
would
have
go
oversight
beyond
over
Ramadan
to
and
include a
Passover.
stronger emphasis on prevention.
Dude,
and
you're right,
early
because you just hit a new high. Like I'm saying, you were 6
thank
points
for
away. You
hosting
hit
the
the
office. I went
fucking
back and
melt-up
watched
zone.
Hoosiers, by the way.
And again, that'd be good if we got
And
there.
I would love to take you up on the offer to sneak into the Senate gym when the time comes, if I'm confirmed. The question you ask is fundamentally important to how we can make the money we're spending on healthcare work in America. I don't think
Okay,
spending
coming
twice
down,
as much as
premiums
every
are now
other country
higher.
is enough if we're
So
more
put
than twice as
premium,
sick as every other
they're
country.
kind of.
And so the real question
getting
is,
back to
what's
that
our
first
obligation,
level.
each and every one of us? I think it is our patriotic duty to be healthy. First of all, it feels a heck of a lot better. It's the right thing for your family. You want to walk your daughters down the aisle. You want to do the things that age allows you, including being a wise arbiter of what's happening in society. But it also costs a lot of money to take care of sick people who are sick because of lifestyle choices. It's different if you're born with a defect that requires an operation. Often those are fixable issues.
Yeah,
but if
people don't want to be liabilities, to your point. People want to be assets, and they want to realize their full human potential.
And if 3/4 of them can't serve in the military when they're young, how many are going to be vital when they're older? And I think this sort of culminates in the bigger messages. What do you have in your fingertips that you could do? One thing that CMS can do is incentivize wiser moves. As an example, in Medicare Advantage, most beneficiaries have some type of a food allowance, but there's no real advice on how to use that money wisely. And we don't work with the private sector, maybe supermarkets, to provide better food, support with that money if that's what the beneficiary decides. We don't have to order people to eat healthy. We have to make it easier for them to be healthy. Even exercising a few minutes a day will have a massive impact. There are people in the audience behind me who've done some of the pioneering work showing lifestyle reverses things like heart disease.
Yes.
The fact that medications are at times useful, but sometimes not, for problems like heart disease and even Alzheimer's, where there was a large study recently showing that you could arrest the progression of disease. This is wonderful.
Doctor, I'll be chairing the Health Subcommittee on this committee, the Senate Finance Committee, over the next couple of years. So I look forward to working with you on some of those priorities so that we can make people healthier again, certainly creating an atmosphere in which people can make themselves healthier. I don't have a lot of time here, so I'm going to run through some things. Innovation in healthcare strikes me as one of the most obvious ways for us to bend the proverbial cost curve down and help make people healthier. One of the things that I've emphasized is the importance of getting faster coverage through the FDA for emerging technologies. I had some legislation on this over the last couple of years here in Congress. Will you commit to working with me on this issue should you be confirmed?
Senator Young, yes. Indiana is a hotbed
great.
for devices, and I feel strongly about making sure Americans get the best care.
Next quick thing, artificial intelligence. Can you give me 20 seconds, if confirmed, how are you going to ensure that CMS's policies and programs foster an environment that encourages adoption and full utilization of this amazing potential technologies coming online?
Senator Young, the folks who are desirous of bringing AI into the mainstream of public health in this country need CMS as a partner. We have to make it easy to get the high-quality data in a protected fashion if beneficiaries desire it. If we provide it, they will
U.S. to sanction Thai officials
over
Uyghurs.
I have
China
emphasized in recent years that every committee of Congress ought to be.
I said, don't fall for those puts. You already back up. FMCC and FMNA. Pulte had good conversation.
Is now a national security portfolio. We have China stealing our intellectual property and leveraging health technologies for their war fighters. And so I would just encourage you, because I believe you're going to be confirmed. I think we'll have an opportunity to work together to also periodically reflect on the important national security implications of your post. And I thank you very much and your family for your desire to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Cornyn.
Dr. Oz, I don't believe in accidents. And I think maybe it was, we were all very fortunate that you're not sitting on this side of the dais, but you're sitting on that side of the dais, because I think what you will be able to do in your new capacity will
They're like, thank God you lost your run for Senate.
As a legislator,
think you'll do
and
better
I'm
here.
excited about your nomination and the opportunities that will provide. The General Government Accountability Office, well, let me premise this. You said that there were people.
Rubio will impose visa restrictions on Thailand. New Canadian Prime Minister says this is a time of great consequence for our country.
So you can provide us those names. I'd like to know who they are. But I will
You're coming back down again. You're doing that little spy thing. Watch the put premiums. Just see if they go crazy.
Delivery system.
They're up, but they're not. That move caused more of a premium increase, believe it or not.
In fraudulent payments included for our entitlement programs, including Medicare and Medicaid, $2.7 trillion in improper payments over the last
hear some stuff about
decades. I presume when they criticize some of the suggestions for reform, that means they don't want that to change either, and it must change. We are at $36 trillion in debt. We're paying more money on interest on the national debt than we are on defense. That's unsustainable and a very, very dangerous world. I know you will agree. So
Trump was supposed to be on, I think, at 12. I don't know Pacific or Eastern, but we haven't heard from him. We've heard from Witkoff and Rubio regarding the peace talks.
You know, we talk a
That's
good
about
game when it comes to health care, but then Congress has policies, particularly in our farm bill, with the food stamps, the SNAP programs, where we subsidize people eating and drinking exactly the wrong kinds of foods in order for them to stay healthy. And then we come up with a shot, which will presumably help you lose weight, and we say, well, maybe we ought to subsidize that too. It just strikes me as crazy. So what can we do to incentivize the healthcare community? Because right now we don't do it. We pay doctors and hospitals to treat people when they're sick, if it's coded by HHS or CMS. What can we do to incentivize the healthcare community to help people stay healthy longer and avoid chronic disease and the pain and misery and expense that go along
UNG and Boyle.
Senator Cornyn, I appreciate all the help you've given me throughout my career and your kind words. When I called a good friend after the nomination who had been involved in the campaign, he said, it's just like we planned it out. It is remarkable that although we all agree that value-based plans and programs should be the foundational way that we incentivize doctors, nurses, and others.
No, they said Trump and Putin aren't going to talk unless they want to surprise everybody.
We use third parties.
It doesn't sound like we're going to get a peace deal today. There's definitely talks, but I don't know.
Program to begin with. But at its very core, physicians need support.
That's just because, again, there's a couple of double dips. These just kill the premiums. Because my premiums were getting killed. That's why I got out of them. But then it popped and then doubled them up. But now this is where until you either get, because if you drop after this stall, your premiums are going to drop faster. If you pop after this stall, they're going to go up not as much until you hit a new high. So this is just the premium kill mode. But you are literally closer to melt up than not. The trend from the morning is still continuing regardless of whatever pullbacks. You only have like, what, 3 hours left?
Patients want to know,
2 hours, 45 minutes?
Do I really need it or not? That's the first question.
Canada, new government to improve affordability, make Canada more secure.
I believe, and we've been asking questions back and forth about AI, that we can use technology, information technology, artificial intelligence in particular, to provide more of that infrastructure support so that when the physician talks to you, the main thing they say is, I endorse what you just heard about a lifestyle change for you in particular based on your background, any history we have on you, and all the other places that the healthcare system has touched you. For much
We'll
of this to
create
happen,
new
you have to
trade
know who you
corridors
are.
with
So
reliable
one idea that I
partners.
think will come up eventually is
I don't know.
this
He might
concept of
turn.
how
He
we
might
can
say
tell
something.
which patients have been in which centers, all that interoperability of information and transparency safely shared with you, the patient, I think will arm you with a bit more motivation to take charge. And for people who are recalcitrant, as Senator Wyden has been talking about for more than a decade, I do think reward systems could be beneficial.
Well, there's so
the
much
draft.
more
I
wanna
saw
talk
that
to you
email,
about,
but
we'll
I
do
don't
that after you
understand
get
it.
confirmed.
Send me a long term,
But
like a
let me
real
just
one.
say
Don't
that
send me
if
an
there-
Excel.
modern
If I can't see an
medical
account
science
with
can
real
devise
money
a
in it,
shot
I don't want to
or
waste
pill,
time going over
which will give me the
simulation.
self-discipline to
Hopefully you
exercise
could
on a
understand.
regular
It's either
basis
you have a
and to
swab,
eat
a
a
Fidelity.
healthy diet.
You can
I
send
wanna
that
be
over
first in
and
line
what you
for
want
that
to do with
shot.
it, but
Unfortunately, I don't think that shot or that pill
yeah.
exists. So we need you to use the bully pulpit because you're a great communicator. I believe you can be a tremendous asset to communicating to the American people the importance of doing some of the things that will make their life happier and healthier. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. Dr. Oz, thanks for being here. Good to see you again. Certainly am
You
excited
do,
about
but
your,
things will change. I don't know.
process
I've
here.
never. I don't do what you. I don't do
with
that. I
John
don't plan the
Cornyn
long
there.
term.
If there
I don't
is such a
simulate
shot
it like that
makes you
because
want
things will
to
change.
Exercise
So
more.
it's
I
still
may
the
have to
same
wait
plan
till
for
this
everybody,
generic brand
small,
comes out
large, or whatever.
to be
But
able to afford such a
yeah,
shot
I mean,
because
I
that
could tell
should
you
be
what I
really,
think about it, but that
really
could all change
expensive
tomorrow.
for a short period of time.
You know, follow
But
the
to
rules,
that
stick
point,
to what you know, and like I said,
I'm not
every
gonna ask you to
quarter will
comment
be
on it, but
different.
My theory is that we
If
have
Ukrainians don't
we have
surrender,
a
they will
long
be
conversation
mercilessly destroyed,
about the
says Russia
how
Medvedev.
expensive drugs are these days. But at the same time, we should have a similar conversation about how when drugs hit the generic market, they drop precipitously in price, and it's that way forever.
Yeah, you want to
So
know what to do
I
when
would
you get the
hate
money.
to,
Just don't. I wouldn't waste your
for
time
lack
now.
of a better way of
If
saying
that
it,
makes any
shortchange
sense.
the American
That's what I
people
personally believe. Not
by
trying to be mean or
focusing on
anything,
the
but I think your time would be
original
better
sticker
used
price without
just
having
making money
the value
and then getting
proposition
it. But
long-term over the
you don't need to like make a
ultimate
Excel
cost of a drug,
spreadsheet and
when it's
plan out
in
the
the
next
generic
5
forms.
years of
I
the
do
long
think we're
term
not
because
really
like
having a serious
everything could
conversation with the
change.
American
You know,
people
like
about the
Tesla
fact
might
that
go
94%
double or
of the
triple
morbidities that we
or
face
get cut
every
in
day
half.
are on
Bitcoin,
generic medicine,
but you know,
and because of that, you can
60-40
go to
growth dividends,
Walmart or Publix or
70-30
wherever you
if you're
go
younger,
and get a 30-day
and then you know
regimen
when
for
we'll see what your
$4 or
first check is.
$10. That
And then you
value
work it
proposition
in,
that we
and
bring
then
to
just
the
save
American people
10%
because
because
of
maybe you'll
patent
get paid more or
protection
less.
is
So,
really important,
but
though we very rarely
and if you have a
focus
long term
on
now,
the
whatever you
back
have
end
now,
that lasts
focus
for
on
a
that
lifetime
and build out
and
the
front
real
end
one.
that lasts for 5 to 12 years, and probably need to figure that out. But
Visco
ultimately,
takeover
man,
chatter.
protecting that patent protection is really important from my perspective, not necessarily.
Hold on.
Yet,
It
but
seems
I
like
am
that's
hoping that
old.
You'll commit to coming to South Carolina, having a
But it's not like
conversation
going
with my folks in
crazy.
South Carolina
You're
about
not early
the
on
job
that. It looks
you
like it
are
popped there.
going to have. Is that a commitment you'll make?
A commitment. My roommate from college is from Greenville, South Carolina, so it's a good excuse to see him too.
Well, I hope he's not a tiger. Anyways,
he's a tiger.
Yeah, I don't see the rumor.
There's something about that thin air in Greenville that causes people to be a Clemson
There's
fan.
insider
For those of us listening
purchases,
to us,
but
it is
I don't
just a
see
joke.
that rumor yet. So I don't know. I
just
don't
lost
fall
several
for
votes
that.
there, by the way, so I'll move on. I want to say thank you for the compassion that was.
Yeah, I
woven
don't see
into
that rumor
your
shit.
Opening statement. We are both men of faith, and I think those of us from a faith
We'll give you
background
30 minutes to take a
share
lap,
the
brother.
philosophy that we find embedded,
I
at least in
appreciate
Bible,
finding the
in
news,
Matthew
but
25, that we
don't
have a
spam it like that
responsibility
till you
to help
verify it.
those in certain categories, whether it's the widow.
Yeah,
or
somebody
those
took a
folks
stake
suffering and going
to
through challenges. I think it's
11%.
really important
That
for
was
us as a
yesterday, though.
nation
All of this
to
is all
embed
from
that
yesterday.
ethos in our
Again, there's a
approach to solving
13F.
problems
Somebody
as a
bought
nation,
a
especially
big
for the most
stake in it.
vulnerable. And your opening statements reflected that kind of compassion that I think we desperately need to see more of on our national screens around the country. To that
Talks
end,
of Canada
the
becoming
sickle cell
51st state is
anemia
crazy.
challenge that you talked about when you met with our staffs, thank you for bringing it up without having to be prompted to it. I do think that CRISPR technology, as we know it today, is going to transform medicine as we know it
Motherfucking
tomorrow.
pumpers.
I'd love your thoughts on that, and I hope that you have a commitment
Check
in your new
CRISPR.
position to move forward with some of the cell and gene therapy access models that we're talking about.
Remember, there was a headline on it earlier, but it didn't really move.
Medicaid or Medicare, or not stuck, but on Medicaid or Medicare.
Well, Senator Scott, thank you for bringing sickle cell anemia and similar CRISPR solutions into the forefront. There's a lot that we have benefited from that is only there because
Why are
we
you waiting waiting a whole day for the boot camp.
And
You're
so
ready
sickle cell
now.
anemia,
That's the
a
point.
disease which I've taken care of patients with, is they often develop.
Because you're going to do that a lot in your stock journey. But don't underestimate. It's a slow game. And you got to go slow and control your emotions. Because that's how you're gonna. That's what's gonna happen when you trade. You're gonna be like, I could do 10 of them right now, but then you should have just took one or two and waited.
Often of African American descent, this
Yeah,
treatment.
you're getting your
and
little
they would be
red.
Cured. So I think there are ways for us to amortize that cost to save the child's life and reap the benefits of them not being in the hospital, running up big bills while they die in pain. That seems to me a pretty good investment. We just have to get our minds around the idea of paying $1
He's
million
literally
to
pumping.
save someone's life
He's like CRISPR
and demonstrating that
technologies.
if it works, that the drug company should get paid over a period of time to make up for the fact they made a massive investment to build that solution. Those are the kinds of innovations that I think we can bring to bear, where you could actually
You want to buy
imagine
something? I don't know
medications
what
only
or
being
why.
reimbursed if they
Didn't you
provide
just
a
buy
benefit
Microsoft?
that we all agree is true over time.
You bought something
And
hella
just to
high
the earlier
up.
comment, 'cause you brought up
You want to
faith
buy
in the
me a
broader
trip
issue.
to Vegas?
The oldest hospital
If
that
you're really
I'm
that
aware of that
like,
still
I don't
exists is
know.
in
I feel like you got
And this
paid, Cam.
hospital,
Cam got a paycheck
historically
recently or
would
something.
take patients in. You wouldn't pay for
So
care
if you
'cause you're sick,
got,
you
let
don't
me
have
buy,
money.
get me a
When you
hotel and a
left the
flight.
hospital, they would give you money.
If you got
It's
that,
the opposite.
if
Why?
you'd like to.
Because when are you going to have the least amount of
The
money?
bonus
When
hit,
you're
I feel
sick
like
and
it
you're
did
getting
hit.
better. So they would actually give you something to get going.
I'm like, what do you mean?
I think those are the kind
This
of
guy's like, buy a Microsoft. He's like, I don't even know what is happening today. I want to buy some. He's like, y'all want to go shopping?
Because it is a shared
Y'all trying to
responsibility
shop real
to
quick?
our health
Let's go
system,
shopping.
to do what they can to stay healthy so the system works for
This
everybody.
guy building out
I know
Porsche
that I'm out of time, but
GT3s
that's my
on his
last
other
question,
tab.
and ask for a yes or no answer, if that's okay with you, Chairman.
He like, oh no, NVIDIA, Microsoft.
During one of the silver linings, if there was a silver lining during COVID, and it's really hard to think of that catastrophic occurrence having any silver linings. If there was a silver lining in COVID, it was the development and the acceleration of telemedicine. And I think it's going to save millions, if not trillions of dollars over time. I hope that you are committed to doing as much investigation as necessary to make sure that telemedicine is not just here to stay, but that it is embraced and adopted throughout our country wherever it is practical to be used.
I pledge that if confirmed, I'm going to pursue telemedicine. I think it's essential, especially in our rural areas.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Oz, we're almost there. Senator Wyden has one more question for you, and then he'll give a brief wrap-up statement, and then I will give a wrap-up statement, and we'll be...
I don't think I'm going to listen to
Thank
all
you, Mr.
that.
Chairman. Dr. Oz, I wanted to ask a question about something that has really been part of your wheelhouse, as far as I can tell, for decades, and that's the insurance sector.
This guy wants to know about
particularly
whether or not they're banning
marketing
garlic.
abuses. And I go way back to the days,
Is this him?
you know, when
I think this is. He's like,
what
what do you think, Dr. Oz, of garlic?
traditional
Ah,
Medicare stuff wasn't
is
worth
it
the
safe?
paper it was written on.
You
and
think?
I came to Congress, and Bob Dole, I didn't think he even knew my name. We got it fixed. But the abuses continue. And I'd be interested in your thoughts about what you think the biggest abuses are now. And then I'm going to ask you, I'm going to make this half of my question.
U.S. Senator Daines will
response
discuss fentanyl
in
trade
terms
on
of what you're
China
gonna be
ship
dealing
on
with
China
if
trip.
confirmed. What do you think the biggest abuses are right now in the private insurance sector?
Medicare Advantage sales.
Such as? I mean, give me an example of
There's
something.
brokers that get involved in churning policies. So they get you to switch from policy to policy. We should potentially consider whether you need to re-elect Medicare Advantage every year and potentially offer multi-year programs for seniors, because that would save some of the money that the brokers are taking out of the middle. Some brokers do a great job, some don't. We probably have too many. I think there are ways for us to ensure that that marketing process works better for the folks involved. But it's also what the Medicare Advantage plans also do with the monies that they use to incentivize the American people, the 33 million people on Medicare Advantage to come into their programs. And we should examine whether some of that money should be reimbursed to the American people to ensure that Medicare Advantage does not cost more than fee-for-service Medicare.
I'll have some additional questions for the record on this, but let me leave you with a thought. We finally got some rules that have been put in place really in the last few years. There's probably going to be a big effort because the Trump administration has been talking about rolling back a lot of the health standards. I want to get a sense before we vote on which ones that you would be sympathetic to if anybody tries to do that, because I think that is a sure bet in terms of what's coming, that there will be some sleazy operators. We both know that there's some good people out there, but there's some sleazy operators, and I think they're going to push for a rollback in some of the rules that have been adopted recently, and I want your
Hey, see if we go
assessment of that.
down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to end this. It's
All
ending right now,
Thank
too.
you, Senator Wyden. And Dr. Oz, thank you again for appearing before us today. There's no doubt that you are qualified to serve as the next administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And I look forward to voting in favor of your nomination and am urging all of my colleagues to do the same. With that, I remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record, and you will get some more questions to answer, is 5 p.m. on Wednesday, March 19th. So for my colleagues, the deadline is 5 p.m. on Wednesday. The Finance Committee stands adjourned.
Thank you. What do you think? Yeah, let's get a picture together. You have two guys?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I want to
Yeah. Here, I have.
You can test it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Everyone sit there. Let's just sit. So we have one that looks. Oh, okay. Okay. Then, honey, you come here.
Perfect.
Team, get in here. Come on. I trust you guys with the phone. I'll let you walk over here. Get all these older folks over here.
Oh, shit, they, ended it. Oh, I thought they were going to take longer to end it. Well, thank you, Dr. Ross. All right, Chad. All right. Car needed to discuss scrapping carbon tax. Not bad, but you are coming down here a little. With Chattadonia, I think it's time. I played that. I'm not feeling good today, so I let them talk. Save my voice a little bit. That's it, man. I'm wobbly. It's good, though. We hit plays, though. I think I wobbled with the market because I was just wobbly, so I don't know why the chart, it looked good to me, but it worked. It worked very well. So I'm cool with it, man. But at the end of the day, God bless America. God bless Chattadonia. But yeah, we got to go to Philo. I was going to stream from my bed. You know that? Because I was like, wait a minute. I got these portable monitors. I got an adjustable bed. I was like, I could just probably lay down and do this. I really think. But then I was like, where am I going to use the mouse? I can't you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're going down a little bit. We got a couple more events left in the day, but realistically, I mean, you're fighting a boogeyman, bro. Expectations, market correction. I think yesterday's watch list, we covered a lot of the broader theories. 200-day, whether or not we hit a new high on the year, or whether or not this was just the biggest overreaction. And either way, you build that cash, baby. If you already have a very, very good long term. Macron, Russia must now accept Trump's 30-day ceasefire proposal. Says Macron. All righty. Let's make sure it's going to take us there. But yeah, we're going to go to Philo. So unfortunately, Philo will be members only. But if you would like to join, I'm not stopping you technically. I think it's a personal choice at that point. So, but then again, if you don't want to hear none of that Jesus nonsense, then I would not spend $5. You know what I'm saying? But then that way, if you spend money, then you can't say somebody pushed something on you because you have to pay for it. Because then technically you push to do it. You say, here's money to give me Jesus, which is crazy. It's wild work if you think about it. It's both ironic in every aspect of the word. But yeah, so I'll see you there. Your long term's down 30K. It's because you keep buying everything at highs. And I don't know what I want to do, but I want to spend money right now. That's exactly why. Okay, you Mr. Baller. So look at that. My eye doctor, bro. That'd be crazy. I can't wait. You're going to give me an eye checkup one day. This guy going to be looking at my eyeballs and be like, so what do you think about the dip? I'm like, what do you think about my cornea, bro? What are you talking about? He's like, so what do you think about Iris Pharmaceuticals? I'm like, what do you think about my iris? No? I'll be like, do I got good or bad vision? He's like, what I care about is your vision on the market. What? That's like I told you guys, remember? When I got my hernia, homeboy, my damn doctor, I almost walked out. Thank God he listened to me, though. It was his damn son. And he was like, what do you think about GameStop? The guy about to operate on me was asking me about GameStop. And I was like, oh, fuck. I said, I should walk out right now. And then I told him, I said, buy real estate, buy cheap real estate. This was in 2021. He did it, too. He likes me. He gave me a re-up on the pain meds. That's how much he liked. He made a lot of money. Okay. All right, man. On that note, I love you guys. Did I post the link? I think I did. So I will see you guys on Philo. And then I will probably be back on by Power Hour unless I die, like actually. So, because I'm dead. I'm dead right now already. So we'll see. But God bless you. God bless America. Thank you to the veterans again, too. And peace.